combatants. So right now, you're being aggressive, right? So you're violating my Third Amendment right because I'm quartering with an enemy combatant.
It is what it is. We're all sick from disinformation. We all live for twisted sensations. Kids are safe, but too well behaved to feel. Never heal with the fakes. Go make something real. If what you always believed in was not considered treason, is this what we moving right in usual no meaning? Take it or leave it the way you see it is the end result. Angels and demons.
Hey guys, hope everyone's having a great day. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone had a fantastic Thanksgiving and hope you're not feeling sick. You ate too much food, maybe you had too much pumpkin pie, or maybe you had apple cobbler, or who knows what you had, but I hope it's awesome. What's up, Lavender, Greg, Karen, Tim, Yoda, Gary? How's everyone doing? Let's do a little open panel. There's the link right there for anyone that wants to come on up. What's up, Tim? So Christmas is all right. Wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad at all. I'll go ahead and put the link up top just in case people don't see it. Let's see. Oh, and Nightbot's good. So what's up, Greg?
Hey, Kenny.
How was your Thanksgiving, man?
It was straight. It was raining like most of the day.
Ah, that's great though. That's a great Thanksgiving because you think of fall. What's more fall weathery than rain, right?
Well, if you live where I'm at, it's just like, yeah.
You get tired of the rain?
Yeah.
I don't. I love the rain. Like, when I was homeless, I didn't like the rain, but now that I'm not, I love the rain. Looking outside because the sound of it is just so relaxing, right?
No, I was in pain. I got 2 rods in my back, so it was just.
Oh no, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't. I love the rain.
But I stuffed my face. I caught the itis.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, of course,
I got
man.
the itis from football.
Right on. What's up, Tim?
Yeah, hi.
Tim. Long time no see, dude.
Kenny,
no gun talk, right?
Kenny, were you just talking about you had a great Christmas? I was like thinking I might have been drunk or something.
Did I say Christmas?
Yes,
My
you
bad.
did.
My bad.
I was like, oh my God, how many sleeping pills did I take last night?
You must have. Yeah, you
I don't know if Kenny started early with the drinking already.
Christmas 2025 already.
Or maybe
No.
he's just like that so far ahead of us, Greg. Maybe.
No, I ran out of
ahead of time.
I ran out of soda last night, so I'm not mixing it. No, it doesn't snow here. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, no, none of that. My bad about the Christmas thing. So what'd you do, Tim, for your Thanksgiving?
Just hung out here.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't really have a family anymore, so it's like it's okay. I was with my mom's what do you call it? Robot dog that I got her last year for Mother's Day, and so we had a Marie Calendar turkey dinner.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I've heard of it.
It's a microwave thing, It was actually really good, though. I was very impressed. Yeah.
Right on. What's up, Trippy?
What did you guys do?
I was all right. I didn't do a whole lot. I just kind of relaxed. I wasn't really feeling all that great, and my family, I guess, they're getting sick, and I'm at a place right now where my mom, she's at the age where if she gets the COVID, it can really be damaging. So I just don't want to risk it because I know you can be asymptomatic, and I haven't got a test in freaking months. So I definitely don't want to risk it.
Well, and that's gotta be a hard thing.
Well, I didn't get to go see family either because it was small gatherings, and when we have Thanksgiving, they're like huge fucking deals.
Okay,
So
cool.
I just stayed home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gary, Hank, welcome.
I mean, you have to be thankful for, though, right?
Huh?
What?
We all have things we can be thankful for, though, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm
Exactly.
thankful for Kenny Klein.
Oh well, thank you, Gary.
You know what? I am too.
Says
I
the
am
guy
too.
says the guy that voted for Taco earlier this week. Yeah.
Hey, so all right,
You're
okay.
to manage your doctor.
Kenny, look,
Kenny,
look,
they're
look.
frauds. You got to sue them. They're all
I
frauds.
know, right?
Sue them.
I really should.
Kevin Klein. Kevin Klein.
Kevin Klein.
You know, I'm so when I get my t-shirt shop going up, I'm so putting the Kenny Klein t-shirt, cross out Kenny and put Kevin up. I'm gonna be so pissed. Like really?
That was classic.
Anyway, I just want to welcome Hank. I think this is your first time being up here, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. Y'all have a good
Great.
Thanksgiving?
Sure did. How about you?
Friends stopped by, got a fridge full of food people brought me.
Right on. Hey, at least that means you don't got to do any cooking for a little while, right?
Nope, just missed the wave.
You know what's a good idea to do with a leftover turkey? Make a nice turkey soup.
I like
That'll last you long, especially in the colder weather.
Yeah. I like making those big ass turkey sandwich with stuffing and gravy on it.
Oh yes, seriously, that does sound good.
Oh, that
Brings
shit
back memories.
Yeah, that sounds
Jesus,
awesome.
Tim, are you older than dirt or something? God damn.
Oh God. Dirt. I'm just
this morning.
I've been called dirt. I've never been called older than dirt. That's a first.
With you.
So Greg, how was your Thanksgiving? I'm sorry, Greg. I'm sorry, Gary. Gary, I'm sorry. I asked you already. Yeah. Gary, how was your Thanksgiving?
Jesus Christ, Kenny.
That was pretty good. I fixed myself a small turkey breast and had some gravy and mashed potatoes, and even had made myself. I've never done it before, but I made a green bean casserole.
Oh, those are so good. Wow.
That was good. Really turned out good.
Green bean. What I like is green bean casseroles and then deviled eggs.
Oh yeah.
Love me some deviled eggs.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, green bean casserole is like one of my favorite things for Thanksgiving. It seems that's the only time I ever have it is either Christmas or Thanksgiving are the only two times I usually have green bean casserole. I'm like, why? It's so good. I should just make it, And yes, I do cook. I know. Let's put it this way: I can cook. I just don't do it a whole lot.
Well, throughout the year,
you know what, Kenny? Now, you know what I've discovered, because I'm not a really good cook myself. I mean, but crock pots and stuff. There are so many different recipes like on YouTube for meals for crock pots. It's like insane.
Oh yeah, crock pots are good. Hank, go ahead. You're going to say something.
If I do green bean casseroles all year round, except when it's not during the holidays, I'll throw squares of ham in it and make it an actual meal instead of just a side.
Ooh.
Oh, that sounds
little chunks of ham. Ooh.
A noodle base.
Oh, nice.
Like the egg noodles.
Man.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to do that.
We're going to Hank's for Christmas.
Right. I'm gonna have to invest in a crock pot because they are great and they come in handy. How much was yours?
You can get a top end crock pot for $40.
That's not too bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
Or
at
even
all.
cheaper.
And they pay for their worth and more, because man, you can cook chili, soup, stew, friggin' roast. I mean, you can do so much in a crock pot. It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
And if you want to have a nice meal hot for you when you get home from work, I used to
there you go.
Cut everything up and prep it, put it in the crock bowl, put the crock bowl in the fridge the night before.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was getting ready for work, all I had to do was take that crock bowl out, put it in the crock pot, put the lid down, and turn it on to cook. And when I'd get home, I would have a hot meal. And even if I was late, you get a decent crock pot, they'll go from cook mode to warm mode. And
Yeah.
you can be 4 or 5 hours late and still have non-burnt, fresh, hot dinner.
Oh yeah.
Crock pots, no offense to Ron Popeil, crock pots were really the first set it and forget it thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think so.
So these are crock pots. And my next favorite kitchen tool is I got one of the Emeril Lagasse air fryer ovens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do those work?
Fan-fucking-tastic.
Really?
Cuts down my cholesterol. I do my hot wings in there.
Ooh.
You get the breading. I bread them just like I would if I was frying them, but then I just spray them with the extra virgin olive oil.
Mm.
Put them in there, and you can't tell they didn't come out of a fryer. Besides the fact you don't have grease dripping down to your elbow.
Oh wow. Yeah, wow. True, Jarhead. You still can burn stuff in a crock pot. You'd still have to be careful. But for the most part,
I've done it.
You can do it. Yeah, it'll happen.
It will. Are you talking
chat?
Cheesy stuff burns quicker than others, but
yeah, definitely. But I'm telling you, a crock pot is a good spot to do. Like if you want to do nacho cheese sauce, perfect for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, perfect for nacho cheese.
And a great match if you're single or a small family with a crock pot. Get yourself a food saver.
Ooh, yeah.
And I just take the like when I do my batch of chili, I get 8 quarts of chili out of it, which I'd be having to have chili 3 meals a day for a solid week with. But put single servings in those bags, and you can take them. I just boil water, put the bag in boiling water to reheat it that way.
Mm.
Take it out, cut the bag open, pour it into a bowl, bam, hot meal.
Oh wow.
Bing bang boom.
All right. Bing bang boom. Kind of like a Marvel villain, Fing Fang Boom.
Oh, Kenny.
Who gets that? I don't know. Who gets that reference? Nobody.
What, the Marvel hero?
Fing Fang Boom.
Wasn't that or something?
Crickets. It's a villain. Damn, every single one of your nerd cards have been revoked.
Oh,
really?
All right,
are you Omaha now? I mean, Josh.
Oh, I like
how he takes away your auditing card.
That's right. I'm taking. Well, no, see, it's just your nerd card. It's different. Be careful.
I'm a different kind of nerd.
Be careful. Your live streaming card will be revoked too. I'll pull it, Josh.
Don't.
Nah, Tim could do a Josh impression. He's got the same accent.
You know, I refuse to quarter with the enemy. Okay.
See, you're violating my Third Amendment right.
That was Mrs.
Chat and Lab is not going to be up. Her throat is hurting her too.
No, yeah, she's been feeling kind of. Yeah, she's been feeling.
I'm loving her
under the weather.
By the way,
hope you get better, sweetie.
Yeah, her channel is really blowing up. I think we're at. Last time I looked, she was like 230 subscribers. But she's really good.
Yeah,
she surpassed good. She surpassed Taco. Poor Taco. He's probably crying himself to sleep every night because of it.
Oh man.
Using them bad headlines to dab his eyes with.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He was.
Yo, you guys want to hear something crazy after you're done, Kenny?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, just give me. Yeah, he really was so sure he was going to win this week. It was a landslide. Go ahead, Gray.
Okay, you know Furry Potato, right?
We've heard of
personally, but go ahead.
Never heard of him. Her.
You never heard of Furry Potato? Kenny, come on. I know you heard of furry
I said I've
potato.
heard of furry potato. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know furry potato, but yeah.
Transgender, so I can't really say. Auditor who likes to start shit with people, like go to private businesses and shit, and like leak their number. So, anyways, I took the number, right? I called the business and I told them that they were being broadcast and everything. At first, I spoke to I think she was a secretary. And then she put me on speaker to talk to the manager. And I told them what was going down. They all went out there and made fools out of themselves. And I was like, keep calm, play some music, copyrighted music, anything. It could be fucking Katy Perry or Taylor Swift, whatever.
Right.
And they didn't do that. They went out. One of them flipped and all that. This bitch made some guy. And the LAPD let her go.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, they should have took your advice and played the music, because then Furry couldn't monetize. Well, no, that's not true, because Furry doesn't do the videos on YouTube anymore, remember? So it doesn't matter.
No, it was on YouTube.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, never mind then. Okay.
Yeah, but that was a while ago, though, wasn't it? It was a couple months ago.
No, that was a few days ago. No.
Oh, really? Another one?
Yeah, very recently.
Oh wow, okay.
Wait a minute. Isn't Furry the one who's recycling old videos and presenting them as new because they have no new content?
That's usually Patty. Patty does that a lot.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it in a while. He hasn't done it in a while, but he
Don't get me started on PayPal Patty, because he's in some shit too.
Yeah. Whatever happened with the St. Jude's thing? Okay, can I get an answer on that? Did he ever provide proof?
No.
So far, there's no proof that he did the charity thing.
He did a video.
Supposedly, he closed up the PayPal, and that was it.
Yep.
He did a live video.
On this past Monday.
Hold on. Go ahead, Josiah.
He did a live video where he supposedly donated to St. Jude.
And of course it's
the screen.
Oh no, there it is. Here it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it? Because I've been following that like right on Rice.
Yeah, so apparently he did do it, it looks like. What's up, Asian?
What's up, Kenny? How is everybody on a Black Friday?
Hey, wait, how's the homie?
Hey,
Hey, Lavender, how you feeling? I did not ask. I haven't seen you in a while.
She's not.
Oh, Josiah, sorry, I didn't say hi to you.
Hello.
What's up, Josiah?
Hello, Gary.
So
Greg,
Josiah,
yes.
Josiah, how was your Thanksgiving, sir?
Very good. I had 4 people for Thanksgiving. All of us are old, so we can't go to our families. So they all came to my house.
All right.
We all live in the same building, so
there you
go. On. Good stuff. You guys had a good meal?
Yeah, I cooked.
Nice.
We had everything. Everybody brought food. I mean, I cooked the turkey and the stuffing, and everybody else brought the rest. We even down to pies. We had like an apple pie.
Oh wow.
We had pumpkin pie. We had peach cobbler. And everybody went home with food. We all have enough food. I have so many containers in my refrigerator now. But enough food for a week.
Yeah.
That's
right
great.
on. What about you, Asian? How was your Thanksgiving?
Oh, it was fantastic.
Awesome.
Blessed to have my family with me, and yeah, we kept it local this year. We usually get all family members, coming together, but this year we just all kind of did our own thing right? Did a little screen Zoom session for a little while with family members, but yeah, it was great. Had the turkey, had my stuffing, green bean casserole, all of that good stuff. We didn't have too many pies like Josiah did, but we did have a pumpkin pie, which was awesome. And I had 4 plates already of Thanksgiving dinner since. I love the late night stuffing. The munchies on the stuffing at the late night is just awesome.
Absolutely.
And stuffing is like sort of like meatballs or stew in general. Like once you reheat it, it just gets better and better every time you reheat it for some reason. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. So, just been doing that. I wanted to just come up. I saw you alive. I wasn't expecting it, but Kenny, I'm a fan of your channel. I wanted to come up for a few minutes and support it, and obviously say hello to people like Gregory, Tim, Hank, Josiah, and Gary. I'm a fan of each and every one of these fellas. So, yeah, just wanted to come up for a few minutes, say hello, and then drop back down, listen from the bottom, and get some errands done today before people start going live later tonight.
What are you looking for on Black Friday?
Honestly, I'm a Cyber Monday guy. With COVID and everything, I'm not sure it makes sense to I don't know, wait in lines just because you're going to get 50% off on something. I think the deals are out on the internet just as well. So yeah, my wife just surfs the internet, and that's the way we've been doing it the last few years, even more so this year with COVID. So,
my lady.
Black Bigelow, I watched this gentleman, and he was in Kmart and this morning, and there was nobody there. He did a video showing that no one is out there shopping.
Yeah, I was out earlier this morning, and the streets are empty. Nobody's out. I think it's almost like another holiday.
Yeah, that's just amazing stuff to see this change happening all of a sudden.
Nobody got trampled anywhere?
No.
I'm sure it's pretty quiet, man. Nobody wants to go out, and they're afraid of COVID. Just I think a lot of people don't want to have to wear the mask, and stuff like that.
Yeah, for a long period of time. Yeah, I can see that.
I didn't see any retailers this year advertising any Black Friday sales.
I'm getting emails. I've gotten emails, and then when you go to these e-commerce websites, you get the pop-up windows with Black Friday discounts and stuff. I've seen discounts as high as 40% so far.
Wow.
Especially if those are in the market of headsets, right? Because we're all in this YouTube community. Sometimes we get on live panels. So if you really want to invest in a good headset, these headsets, now's the time. For instance, there's a brand called Kraken, Kraken. They're a pretty popular brand as far as gaming headsets and things like that. The quality is very good. $150 headsets are as low as $75 right now.
Jeez.
Wow.
So almost half. Yeah, you'll save half. And it's a good investment if you're on YouTube and get on these live panels. I don't know how my audio resonates to you guys, my mic, but I use a Kraken headset myself.
It's pretty good quality. Yeah.
So if I sound good, this is one of them. So that and the fact that last night was interesting because late last night, Paulie went live. We were mirroring I think it was Brian's channel. we fix a palm. Brian not realizing that I was mirroring off of Paulie's channel, and we were all in shock because of the palm bomb because we were enjoying it. And for 3 minutes, this thing is running, and then all of a sudden, Murph says, "Asian, you're mirroring." I'm like, "Oh shit." And I had to shut down the share, and then I got all depressed, and I went to Discord and I apologized for everyone for not. And then everybody was like, "What are you blaming yourself for?" And then turns out one of my good friends of mine that I haven't spoke to in a while, she actually just opened up a Twitter account, channel, a Twitch. I'm sorry, a Twitch account. She's a heavy gamer. So I went over there late last night and I hung out with her in a live chat as we were playing Fortnite with some other people. So that was pretty fun.
Cool. Right on.
I played Fortnite once and it was all right.
My sons pulled me into it.
You played PUBG.
My 7-year-old can whoop your ass in Fortnite.
Oh, I believe it.
7 years old, man.
one of my cousins, he's 8, and he destroyed me. I'm
Unbelievable.
like, fuck.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm
I had a
like-
great Thanksgiving, to say the least. a little bit of everything. What about you, Kenny?
Awesome.
Me, I did all right. I did a whole lot of relaxing. I did a little bit of cleaning. I didn't get turkey because I didn't go anywhere. I ordered myself a pizza, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have pizza.
There
And
you go.
It was meat lovers. Goddamn right, I treated myself to a little meat lovers pizza because I love meat.
There you go.
And so yeah, it was pretty
Brian hat.
very uneventful. Very uneventful and relaxing. I liked it that way. It was great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear you. It's a lot of work, catering,
Yeah.
hosting celebrations and parties. It's a lot of work. Yeah.
I was gonna go over my uncles, but at the same time, like I said, I didn't want to end up giving anyone anything like COVID or any sort of sickness just because of just how this whole freaking year has been going. I didn't want to risk it. So
Yeah.
it's just one of those weird years, and fortunately, I don't know if things are ever going to really go back to a norm. I think we're going to be looking at a new norm of somewhere between cautiousness and what it was. But I don't think things are ever going to go back to the way they were.
Oh, I
For a
believe it.
while.
I
I
disagree.
agree too.
I disagree. I'm sorry.
The impact
Why
of
do you-
9/11.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You're down for weeks and not shit was going on. Then we slowly worked back into it, but we're in a state now that's the new norm post 9/11.
Wait, really? Because on 9/11, I was only 11 years old.
Isn't that
Yeah.
9/11? You were 11. That's kind of poetic.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I mean, being 11, 9/11. That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
11, 9/11.
No, but I saw it like I can tell you what I remember going to school. I know you guys were adults and everything, but I was in middle school. I was just in the 6th grade. That was my first year of 6th grade, right?
Mhm.
And I was in homeroom. I had my little agenda out because I'm like, all right, so I get to move between classes and everything. I'm with my friends. And then next thing you know, when the planes hit, we went into a complete lockdown.
Oh yeah.
They released us from school extremely early.
Mm.
And then
Did parents have to
I
pick you
get
up or
home.
something?
Yeah, the bus.
Oh, okay, the bus. Okay.
Yeah. And I went home and I thought it was a movie. Because remember, I'm only 11, so I don't really understand
Yeah.
shit like that. But it was on CNN. So I'm like, I know they don't play movies like that on here. I know it's news, and I find it stupid and boring.
Well, at least
But
back
I
then
saw
they
it.
didn't play movies.
And then
Sorry.
I opened my eyes even more. I'm like, damn, I saw the other plane hit, and then the one in Pennsylvania, then the one in the Pentagon that hit. I'm like, shit, we're really under attack. This shit real. So yeah, I got scared.
I was standing on the 45th floor of my condominium skyrise in New York City the morning of 9/11, and I had a Sony camcorder at that time that I just decided to bust out and film Tower 2 with a hole in it in flames. And as I'm filming it, I see the second plane come in and smash right into Tower 1, and I got that on my Sony camcorder filmed.
Oh my god!
Wow.
And I now have it on a DVD disc.
Yeah.
That I
Did you ever release that to like the media or anything like that, or did you?
They didn't need it by that time. There was footage left and right, so my footage, they had it.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was a lack of footage, then I'm sure I would have sent mine in. But at that time, there was so much footage, as you can imagine, that they didn't need mine.
Oh no,
How
the news.
old were you
the
at the
news-
time, Asian?
What's
the
that?
news the news agencies actually caught the plane going into the building too. So I mean,
Yeah.
there was tons of footage.
Yeah, I have it on film on a disc till this day. Yeah.
Yeah. I was asking Asian, how old were you at that time?
Well, I'm 48 now.
Oh, all right. So you were an adult, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Full
Oh, yeah.
full grown up, yeah.
Oh yeah. I was working from home. I was lucky I didn't have to commute into the city.
Yeah.
Unlike all these other people. So
Yeah.
it was
Now,
crazy.
did anybody on panel, hear actually have kids when 9/11 happened?
No, my children.
I wasn't even in puberty yet, so that's no.
You're still
Negative.
not great.
That's a negative, Tim. I was still into Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Digimon, and fucking Beyblade. Yeah, I was a huge nerd back in the day. So yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, I mean, I can only imagine being a parent at that time and having to explain what was going on to your kids. You know, I mean, it's not like it was back in like, you know, World War II when, you know, the Pearl Harbor got bombed. It's like, you know, you didn't have like round the clock 24-hour footage, you know,
Yeah.
and so it's like, you know, I often marvel at how people were able to tell their kids what was going on. But now I'm just like most of these kids who, you know, grew up, you know, kind of like, you know, they were very young, you know, when 9/11 happened, you know, most of them are just entitled little brats now.
Yeah.
You know, what do you call them? Millennials, I think you call them now.
Hey,
Well,
I'm
I
a
don't think
millennial. No,
I don't
millennial
think
is born between 1980 and I think 1996.
Go ahead, Josiah.
I don't think that you know, kids are entitled anymore from 9/11. I just think that's just a parental thing, you know, just giving your kids more and more. And since 9/11, and now we have telephones, you know, that we can research anything at the drop of a hat. Kids are very informed, but parents are, I feel, to blame for the entitlement that children have. It all starts at home.
Wait, I don't feel entitled. I don't feel entitled that I'm in that age group.
Well,
Everything
no, but I
I
mean,
had to work my ass off.
you were raised that way.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of children, every generation, children are born, and parents always want to give their children what they didn't have or what they weren't exposed to. And I think we've reached the point where now, like Asian has young children. I don't know if, do either of your boys have a telephone, an iPhone, or anything like that, Asian?
No, not
See,
yet. 9 years old.
not-
He's not getting an iPhone at 9 years old. I told him that. He knows this.
That's parenting.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
parenting. You know, where there are so many out there. I see children all the time, you know, who are like 8 and 9 with telephones. I mean, that is like ridiculous.
Look, I agree that children, the X generation and beyond, much smarter at their young ages than we were in our prior generations, right? But at the end of the day, I think because of the fact that they're so much smarter, right? They also understand circumstances and situations a lot easier or better at a younger age.
But do you feel
makes
that
any
they
sense.
become numb? Do you feel that they become numb to it though after a while?
Yeah, I think it's generational, and you're talking about the X generation. I'm like right at the tail end of the X generation, so I think it really more started in the Y generation, not the X.
Even more so, yep.
But because I mean, but you're absolutely right. Like things started, the technology boom happened like when I was a kid, and all of a sudden the computers got huge, and everything just moved so fast, and it's still moving super fast. That you know, and kids were right there, and as a kid, you soak up information like a sponge. It's easier for kids to pick up new things than it is as you know, as
absolutely.
an adult. So one of those things. And
that's right.
Parenting for sure.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things actually going on right now is that young children in this generation are becoming polyglots. So polyglots are people that know how to speak multiple languages fluently. So that's what's happening too in this generation, especially in this country with diversity and interrelational marriages that are happening more and more these days, where now children that are born in this generation are not only learning English in school, but are also being taught 2 different native languages in their household because maybe the father's from one country and the mother's from a totally different country, right? So now they become polyglots, technically speaking. And if you understand the notion of socialism, you can definitely establish rapport a lot sooner rather than later if you can speak someone's native language.
Absolutely.
That is a
Well,
fact.
that goes without saying, though, doesn't it?
What's that?
That kind of goes without saying, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, as far
Now-
as like, you know, if
now-
you're able to speak the language someone else is speaking, you know, you'll have a better rapport, I guess is the word I'm looking for. I don't know.
Rapport and
You know,
relationship.
I mean,
right?
that's good that kids learn different languages.
You know, they always say one-on-one dialogue, one-on-one conversation can solve 90% of individuals' problems. But imagine if you could speak it in that person's native language, how much more of an impact it would make. So my sons speak English, Korean, and Spanish fluently at their age. I actually taught both my sons at the age of 10 months old sign language because I read a book called The Bright Star. And it's a scientific way to raise children this day and age because of the fact that their mental capacity is so much bigger. They're so much more intelligent and keen because of technology. So I taught my boys sign language at 10 months old, basic things like more, pain, milk, hungry, mommy, daddy, help, pain, those types of words in sign, because quite frankly, at that age, they can't talk. So people want to know why their babies are so colicky, why they cry so much. They cry because they can't communicate their needs.
Absolutely.
So if you could teach them to respond to sign language, colicky babies start diminishing through time. These are scientifically proven, and this is why I read this book called A Bright Star to Raise Newborn Children.
Well, also, if you think about it, like, if you think about it, even before reading that book, you can kind of see that. I mean, when they usually are crying when there's something wrong, they want to communicate, you know, what's wrong with them. Oh, my butt is soft and wet because of the poop, or I'm hungry, or I need a burp, or whatever. They don't know how to do all these things for themselves, so they're looking for help. And they realize that when they make these noises and they cry, adults come running in and help them.
Mm-hmm.
It's all learned behavior.
My true story, my youngest son, when he was 10 months old, he had an ear infection, unbeknownst to us, right? And he basically signed pain, which is taking your pointy finger and twisting it in the palm of your other hand. That's the sign for pain. So he did that, and then he took his finger and pointed to his ear. And we were like, oh shit, he has an ear infection. Surely enough, we made an appointment to the pediatrician. We took him there. They did an examination. He had a fucking ear infection.
Damn.
Like, how cool is that? My 10-month-old just told me that he's suffering from an ear infection.
That's awesome.
10 months old.
Wow.
Children.
So
children learn more in the first 5 years of their life.
That's right.
Than they learn their entire adult lives.
That's right.
Yeah.
Scientifically proven. Spot on, Josiah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's why it's critical.
Yeah, that's why they're the first 5 years are most important in development.
Yeah. And for those future parents or current parents that have newborns that want to teach multiple languages. So we knew once my boys were going to go to school, they would get all the English they would need to learn it. So we decided to make it a point to toggle days where we would play like Spanish cartoons in Spanish versus Korean cartoons on other days. So that this way they could start listening to it, because that's how they learn, is just through repetition and listening to it.
That's how I learned English.
We got the fake AFA, the fake AFAs in.
No, for real. When I came from Puerto Rico, I barely spoke English, so it was really hard. And then, obviously, I'm speaking English now.
And Gregory, my wife is Puerto Rican, as I mentioned to you.
Yeah.
How old were you, Gregory?
Huh?
How old were you when you came to this country? Or Puerto Rico?
14.
Oh, wow.
That had to be a big adjustment for you.
Well, it is an
yeah.
adjustment, but when you throw someone into a culture that speaks a different language, you learn it quickly. It's more quick and more, I don't want to use the word more quickly. What terrible grammar. You learn quickly because you're immersed and you can't communicate other than learning the language.
Right.
Yeah.
You're almost
Well, I,
into it.
I feel like it was forced on me, but you know, it's good. So you know Spanish fluently, Greg? Yeah. I'm not going to speak it now because it's fucked up when everybody speaks English here. I'm not that kind of guy.
You speak better English than I do, for God's sakes.
No.
There's polyglots in this world that can speak over 30 fluent languages.
Oh yeah.
30.
That's amazing to me. That's
Fluently.
amazing.
Yeah. They're big YouTubers too, as you can imagine. Great content for YouTube channel. To travel the world.
Yeah.
To travel the world and speak to people in different languages and see how they react and film it. Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. It's pretty badass shit, man.
Oh, I like watching. There's this one guy. He speaks fluent Mandarin, and he'll go in to an Asian
Xiaoma. His name is Xiaoma.
Yeah,
I'm a subscriber.
He goes into like an Asian like store or Asian thing, and he'll order in perfect Mandarin. And the way that people look, he was like, "Holy shit!" And they laugh. It's pretty freaking awesome.
You know, he extended his portfolio of languages. So he started with Chinese, Mandarin specifically, because he went to Beijing, China for I think a year or two. To immerse himself into that culture, into that language. And now he speaks multiple languages of Chinese, including Cantonese and to name others. He also self-taught himself how to speak Spanish in 1 week. He created a YouTube video on that. And now he's in Mexico on vacation with his wife. He taught himself Spanish and languages like the old Yucan languages from the Mayan days and shit like that.
Wow. That's awesome.
So he speaks like 8 languages now and he's traveling the world. He has, I think, 3 million subscribers on his YouTube channel. Yeah. The dude is fully monetized. He gets sponsored left and right. Some of his videos are just absolutely badass as far as the reactions he gets, and he can also rap in Chinese. Now, keep in mind, he's an American. He's an American Jew. Okay, the nicest guy, lives in New York City, and he can fucking rap in Chinese like better than the fucking Chinese rappers. Go figure. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Pretty badass.
Right, so I want to welcome.
I might be showing my age here. Does anybody remember
Yo, we got some. Yo, Asian, what does this say?
That is actually Mandarin Chinese kanji characters. I don't know what it says because I do not speak Mandarin Chinese, but that is Mandarin Chinese, if I'm not mistaken.
And they usually. I actually translated it one time, and they were talking about auditors, so I don't know. No idea.
It's like
Chinese hate auditors.
Yeah, this YouTuber shows up in your channel once in a while. I've seen them before with the kanji characters in chat. Yeah.
Yeah, and the last time I did it, it was something like, "You people don't know anything. Auditors are great." I'm like, okay, so I
yes, May ask the question there. The answer is yes. Okay. Tall black man with dreads, speaks multiple languages, is married to a native Chinese lady, and speaks multiple languages as well, and just literally shocks the Asian community.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Should never judge a book by its cover. Hey, Tex, how are you?
Martyr, how are you today?
Hi, guys. Can y'all hear me?
You sure can.
Hey.
How are you?
Okay.
Yeah, I can. Finally, it's not a sausage fest anymore.
So how was your Thanksgiving?
It was great. Family, football, and food. Other than the Cowboys losing, it was great.
There you go.
Aren't you used to that by now as a Cowboys fan?
This year, it's been pretty rough.
Ouch.
Yeah, it is.
Tim.
I know what it's like to be a Browns fan now.
I'm a Patriots. Wait, hold on. I'm a Patriots fan.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I think the Browns are going to make it into the playoffs.
Dude, she just compared the Cowboys to the Browns.
To the Browns.
Okay?
This year,
Oh my
yeah.
god.
I think the Browns are going to make it into the playoffs if I'm not
Somebody called
mistaken.
I
Jericho.
know.
It's crazy.
It's 2020.
I'm telling you.
Well, also look at it.
I'm
You
telling
guys are missing Tony Romo.
But remember before the Browns left, they were actually a really good team. They were always in the playoffs, but then they left and came back, and they just made a bunch of stupid mistakes, got the wrong people, and just it looks like they're finally getting on the road. And I think it'd be more of an Oilers fan. If you were an Oilers fan, then you might have an issue.
Oilers. Yeah.
Well,
And I know we have a few of those here in chat.
Oilers.
I don't know them.
The Houston Oilers before your time, Greg. Before your time.
Yeah, I
Of
think they
course.
play out of another state now.
They're Baltimore. They're the Baltimore Ravens now, I believe.
Ah.
The
Yeah.
Tennessee is now.
Oh yeah,
They're
it
who?
is Tennessee. It is Tennessee.
Oh, you're right, Tennessee. My bad. You're right. It is Tennessee. The Browns turned to Baltimore, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what
I
it was.
don't know.
Okay. I remember when
the
it happened. I'm like,
the Browns are technically
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
expansion
The Browns
franchise.
snuck out of town.
yeah,
No,
no, I
that
know
was the Colts.
they are.
So did
No,
you guys hear?
The Colts are still the Colts.
The Colts went to Indy. Left.
Yeah.
They snuck out of Baltimore, and the Browns snuck out of Cleveland to go to Baltimore.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
right.
remember that. Oh man, I especially.
Did you
remember
guys
when the
hear about
Baltimore
that?
Colts left.
I think it was, I want to say it was like 2 seasons ago, 2 NFL seasons ago. There was this diehard Cleveland Browns fan. He was an entrepreneur, owned his own like little business somewhere in Cleveland. He made himself like a bet that, because they were like on this god awful losing streak, the Cleveland Browns, right? Going season over season. And dude, I'm just going to live on the roof of my store until the Cleveland Browns win 1 game and break this losing streak. I think he ended up living on his roof of his store for like 4 or 5 months, and then he finally won a game a couple of years ago. And the only thing I was asking myself is like, why would you self-sabotage yourself like that? But he literally lived on the roof of his shop, his store, like never went home, lived there day and night. I'm thinking like he had a fucking tent set up on his roof with a sleeping bag. I'm like, holy shit, die-hard Cleveland Browns fan.
Wow, I would never do that. Fuck that. Yeah,
That's
we've
a
been on
bad
a
that's
losing
that.
streak ourselves, but god damn.
Well, hold on, Greg. Now wait until you guys have like a 4, 5, 6 year losing streak, and then you finally win one. You might be jumping up and down after that, right?
Whoa, Kenny, are you talking about the Patriots by chance?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Guess what, Kenny? I lived through approximately 30 years of the Patriots losing.
Yeah.
30
They were pretty shitty before Mr. Tom Brady came into town.
No. They were ugly shitty. They were ugly shitty. That's what
They were.
Were they like
Hugh
the
Dillon was our
Raiders?
quarterback at one point.
Even their freaking mascot and their old colors and their old not the icon, but the their helmet. The guy's like, he's like a center, like, that's right, I'm a Patriot. Like, that's just so gay looking.
Really?
It was.
So stupid.
It was.
Yeah, thank you. It's like if you gave me a Patriots jersey, I would have been like, no, take that shit back. That's just I'm not wearing it. Now they're not bad. Like, I like the way they changed their logo. It looks good now. They had to.
Oh my God, you think it looks good? When Bob Kraft first bought the team, and they introduced they called it the Elvis Pat Patriot when they first introduced it. Yeah, that's what they used to call it, the Elvis Pat Patriot. When they Bob Kraft first bought the team, and he changed the logo and everything, and everybody up here hated it, but everybody around the country was like, what the hell? They suck anyway. Let them have it. Then they hired Bill.
So Mrs. J wants to know how the Bills are doing. Well, it looks like they lost their last game to the Cardinals, who are actually doing. I mean, I don't care what the schedule says about the Cardinals. That is a good freaking team. They're 6-4. Their quarterback is he's young, he's hungry, and I just as long as they keep getting the right people, they're going to be a playoff contender for years if they can keep the personnel and keep that damn quarterback. He is a fucking beast.
But they also they lost Fitzgerald though to COVID this week though.
Yeah, they don't need him.
Yeah.
Like I said, get more receivers.
Okay.
That quarterback is freaking off the hook, dude.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, they need short route receivers.
Absolutely, they really do.
I was surprised when Cam Newton got COVID and how fast he came back. I'm
Yeah.
like, shit.
Some people can come back really fast. Like what? Trump went in for 2 days. He came out, all of a sudden he's good now. Come on.
Well, he's not. No. Cam Newton's in shape. Donald Trump is fat.
But he still got out of the hospital after 2 days of having COVID. 2 days of having COVID, and he was done. It's like, oh, he's fine now.
See, that's what I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that he had
Power
it.
Wagon. Hey, Power Wagon. He's not a fraud. Kyler Murray is the shit. Thank you very much. You're just mad. You're probably just mad because you're just probably mad because he beat the shit out of your Power Wagon.
Yeah.
But
Kenny,
I think everyone's beating your Power Wagon.
And Kenny,
you like the Cowboys too.
Kenny, before I forget, what we were talking about earlier with technology and Generation X and Y being smarter these days just because of technology enablement. You know, there's also an argument that because of the fact that our kids are that much smarter through technology, that there's a lack of social gains, right? The development of being social with people. Because people are like behind screens and stuff. But I beg to differ. I just think it's a different level of socialism that our children are learning these days because honestly, you know, when my sons are playing Fortnite, they're playing with their friends virtually through the internet. And my sons have headsets and they talk to them while they're gaming, playing Fortnite. So they're still collaborating. They're still socializing with their friends. It's just not physical.
And it's different.
It's a different level. That's all it is.
But as a child and as you're growing up, you need to be around other people because here's the thing with the generation, with COVID happening, with all this new social distancing and social learning, social just communicating with people, it's getting to the point where, has anyone else noticed that customer service is fucking dead?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because now there's sometimes it's these excuses that are being created because of the circumstances that we're being put in. You know what I mean? It's just different. That's all it is, and we're just recalibrating ourselves as human beings because, believe it or not, man, we're fascinating species, man.
Oh yeah.
You know, if we study biology, we have some powerful bodies, dude. People don't realize we are like Wolverine. The only we are self-healing species. It just takes a lot longer to heal. Wolverine heals like in seconds.
Yeah. Oh, we're very resilient, and I mean we've been able to bounce back from a lot of things that might have ended a lesser species. I think it's our brains are the ones that give us all the resiliency and our free thinking, and the fact that deep down we all have this we want to survive, and that's why we survive and we're able to do it. This year, I think we were in a lull, and the everything that happened in 2020 was just handled poorly, and that's why it's gotten to the level that it is right now. And not just with the COVID. I'm talking about all of 2020, everything that's happened that's kind of built up to this right now. And
it's really been a bizarre.
I think, Tim, I wasn't done yet, Tim.
Sorry.
All right. So, but yeah, just like you said, it's been a bizarre year, but at the same time, I think, we will get better. We will survive. And wherever we go from here, I think, we'll thrive.
And learn our lesson, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Well, every generation overcomes something. And I've been on this planet for 70 years. And I was, just fascinated when I got my first transistor radio. So we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Was it a realistic from Radio Shack?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Tim, can you do me a favor? Like,
brand.
Tim, can you do me a favor? When we're talking, try not to talk
Unmuting.
while they're talking. Just, I mean, it's fine to respond to people. Just don't start when they're not done talking. It's just, it's kind of rude. And anyway, that's all.
Another thing I'd like to mention about, and Asian brought it up, is about children learning so much more. And even though our children are being educated through their, electronics, one thing that they really need is to be socialized. And that's where school comes in, because when you go to school, you learn to play the game of life. And you learn that you will always not be the winner. You learn your social rank and your social standing through your interactions with your peers. And it will all work out. It will all work out in the end. And when, I don't know who's young on this panel, but
Greg.
even Asian at his age, 20 years from now, and you, Kenny, like 20 years from now, you'll look back on 2020 and remember how it changed the dynamic of, our social structure.
Yeah,
But
like the
we will
depression did.
advance. Yeah, we will advance. And, it's like when I look back and realize, like, when my grandparents were born, there were no airplanes, there were no automobiles, there was no telephone. And they all lived through, and my mother's parents lived in a small town right below a runway to an airport. And to think that when she was small, my grandmother, they had no idea that airport would be there, or that there would be planes flying. So we will survive. First of all, our minds are our greatest instrument. And when you look at the mind will do anything, even die, to be right. And so it operates from, our minds operate from insufficiency. So it's always going to be gathering more and more information so it can survive. The purpose of the mind is to survive. So we will be fine. 20 years from now, you'll be looking back on this, Kenny, and you'll be saying, wow, look at all that has happened. Look at how the world has changed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
You guys, you guys don't know how fortunate you are in that you have a YouTube channel. You get to record these live streams. You get to control your content and archive them for the rest of your lives and your children's lives and their children's lives. Like, you guys don't know how lucky you are to have access to this. Whereas, like, when I grew up in the 80s and 90s, I got like Polaroid and Kodak films and stuff like that. Right?
Me too.
Yeah, growing up in the 90s, I have no recollection, really.
Exactly.
Hey, but growing up in the 90s, you would still remember the payphone, right?
Yeah.
I remember when the payphones were 10 cents to make a phone call.
No, I remember the lowest was 25 cents for me. That was
10 cents for me, and then I think nickel, like for extra minutes. I think you got like 5 minutes or something. You had to put a nickel for it to go another 2 minutes or something.
Then it went up. It went up to 35 cents for
operator would come on. An actual operator would come on and say, "Please deposit 5 cents to continue this call."
Yep.
Do you guys remember making phone calls collect?
Yep.
From a payphone. It's like, I don't have a dime. I wouldn't have any change in my pocket, and I have to call a friend or somebody. I'd just pick up a public payphone and go to it and just be like, call them collect.
I remember I was watching some old programs earlier in the week, and I saw a commercial. It's like 10, 10, 3, 2, 1. I'm like, holy shit, I remember that. Oh my God. That's
The long
right.
distance thing.
Yeah. I'm like, holy shit, I remember that. Don't dial 1-800-collector-0. Dial 10, 10, 3, 2, 1. I'm like, holy shit. I actually used that on a couple occasions.
Yeah.
You know, and technology has come a long way, like Asian said, where we went from Polaroids. And I'm very thankful that I have this, but I have an answering machine that has my mother and my father recorded their voice.
Very nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that too, Emerson. You pumped your gas and then you paid for it. It's not so much anymore.
That's right.
Yeah.
I can remember being able to pull into a gas station, getting full service where they cleaned your windshield, checked your oil, tires.
That's right.
I think 76 still does that, if I'm not mistaken.
I have
but there's
an actual full station gas station that does. Some areas they call it full service just because the clerk comes out and pumps the gas for you. But
that's not full service. No. They check your level, your oil levels, all your fluids. They clean your windows. Man, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I don't think they do that too often anymore. It was pretty cool though.
Oh God.
Well, they do it all the time. They call it respect.
What's up,
Who
Carl?
here?
Hold on, guys. I want to give Carl a chance to.
Hello, Carl.
Hi,
How you doing, Carl?
Hey, Carl.
Carl.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Carl.
So how was your Thanksgiving, Carl?
Oh, it was all right.
You get some good food?
Yeah. Yeah, fresh nuts.
All right. So yeah, and just real quick before we continue on that, but we changed subject. I was able to say this, but Josiah you were talking about how when they go to school, they learn that you can't always win. But then again, now that schools are giving out participation trophies, aren't they taking that away?
Yeah, but it's good that they're taking. Everybody should not have a participation trophy.
But they give everyone a participation trophy.
I know, but this will
they're
change it. This will change it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just ever evolving. It's just a constant change. Some is subtle, some is quick. But the point is, humans are just recalibrating themselves to the new circumstances of this world.
Yeah.
And we just don't recognize it because we're so worried in our own heads about our own problems and how we're going to pay the next rent bill, or how am I going to get a job now, or that we're all within ourselves and we just don't pay attention anymore. Right. And that's what people meaning when they say, hey, slow down a second, take a deep breath and just look around you.
Well,
get out of your head.
They stopped teaching you how to lose with grace.
That's right.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And also
get a trophy for something.
And it takes away, like, you got the trophy, so now what do you need to try harder for and win? You already got the recognition. So they're taking away the need to win and that drive that you need to succeed in life.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it goes to show, I'll tell you this little story. When I graduated high school, I graduated from a prep school where everybody was going to college. And the valedictorian of my class, he went to Harvard. He did one semester and committed suicide. Because he thought, when you're in an environment, an encapsulated, bubbled environment like a prep school or any school, and you are the number one person there, you don't realize that there are a lot of other number ones in the country, and you are going to get thrown in with them. So when you don't get the perfect score of 100, you are no longer special. And that's what happens when you live in that bubble is you don't look outside of it, like Asian says. You don't ever stop and breathe and look at the world, and the world will change. It will go by us, regardless of whether we participate in it or not. It will advance. It always has. And I just want to add another little, I want to add another little thing is if we all stop and realize that we're here because of a direct line of our ancestry surviving the millennium. And if one person in that ancestry had died, we would not be here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So true.
Yeah.
You know, that just look at that when things get rough and you're like, oh, my life is so bad. Just stop and think, if it weren't for that continual, millennial line, you would not be here. Just one person dying in a war, one person falling off a roof or whatever, we would not exist as we are today.
I've often thought
the butterfly effect.
Great movie for those who haven't watched it.
Yeah,
I've heard about it.
Now hold on. Yes, the first one was very good. The subsequent ones after suck.
They all get watered down. The first one is always usually the best one, and then the sequels and everything else after that just gets
best performance.
It was good. The first butterfly effect I loved it.
He was incredible.
I thought it was a great movie.
He was. I actually liked him in that new series, The Ranch, that Netflix has. That shit is so funny. With Sam Elliott, that shit is funny.
I have not seen that.
Did somebody
I just started watching
Sam
it the other day,
Elliott?
so yeah. He's in a new series with Ashton Kutcher, or Kutcher, whatever the hell his name is.
Kushner.
There we go. Thank you.
Kutcher.
Yeah, that guy.
Kutcher. No,
that's
Ashton Kutcher.
The guy that Tim Berry has a crush on.
There you go.
I have his poster next to Donny Osmond on my bedroom wall.
Oh. And I'm sure you got that Marky Mark Haynes commercial.
Marky Mark.
Hey.
He's got Wahlberg Brothers. He watches the Wahlberg Brothers burgers. Wahlberg burgers, right? They own a burger franchise.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You probably love the New Kids on the Block too, don't you?
The right stuff.
We
can't believe I knew the words to that.
On the Block, let's face it, those guys in all of their songs, they actually had really, really good hooks.
All right, let's change the subject.
I'm not a fan. I was never a fan of the Beastie Boys. I don't know.
Oh my God! How the hell?
You have to be a fan of the Beastie Boys, dude.
Oh, that is sacrilege right there.
I gotta grab a PBR now.
Oh man, the Beastie Boy. You gotta start old school there, man.
Dude, first album, License to Ill. Check out that album. Classic, awesome album. Every song is a winner.
They were definitely the frontline pioneers for white boy rap and gold chains.
Absolutely.
And the shell top Adidas with the fat laces.
Well, see, here you go, Tim. At least Cheryl's right with you as Donny Osmond at the heart.
Donny Osmond? You mean Osmond?
Yeah,
the Osmond family?
She did, yeah. Because Tim was talking about him, and now Cheryl agrees.
I don't have a poster of Donny Osmond, okay?
See, Lavender agrees. It is unforgivable. See?
You know what? Whatever, Lavender. Whatever.
Take him off the panel.
Whatever.
Great. And you do realize that 30 years from now, when you're driving the car and you're listening to the radio, you'll remember all the words to those songs that you never thought you paid attention to.
Absolutely.
Because they're ingrained in your head.
That's right.
Yep.
Oh, I still have that. Like, I'll be listening. I'll just remember random songs from 22 years ago or some shit, and I'll be listening to it still knowing all the words.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you guys have heard of deja vu?
Yes.
That's where that
No.
comes from.
Yeah.
It's all those experiences and memories that you have in your memory banks that you can't consciously surface to the forefront.
Yeah.
But when you experience something, you get an overwhelming sense of deja vu.
Yep.
That's where it's coming from.
Yep. Now there still are boy bands available, and do you know who the biggest boy band right now is?
I don't listen to pop.
It'll
music,
be
so I don't know.
I don't either, but I've heard this group before. I've never heard any of their music, but apparently they just surpassed Taylor Swift as the most listened to YouTube in a 24-hour period.
Damn.
I don't know if you guys I don't know if you heard of them. You probably haven't heard of them.
Who are they?
B2K. BT5. BTS. Sorry, BTS. BTS.
Are they Oriental?
They're a Korean K-pop,
Okay.
and they are the biggest boy band in the country.
Okay, I don't listen to K-pop.
Well, no, I don't either. But I'm just saying, like, some people I listen to on YouTube talk about BTS. I'm like, who the fuck is BTS? So I finally decided to look them up, and apparently they're a Korean K-pop group.
Oh god, dude!
And they're
So
the
this,
biggest
yeah,
boy band
they're
in
the
the world.
hugest fucking boy band in South Korea. They all got plastic surgery and they wear makeup and they dye their hairs. But there is a huge global following. I'm talking millions upon millions fan base for this one band. It's like so crazy, dude.
Yeah,
I've seen them.
They are huge.
Yeah. And I would have never seen them being 70 years old if I weren't on YouTube.
Oh, absolutely. You wouldn't have. Not at all. You're absolutely right on that.
Kind of makes you wonder if we had the internet and YouTube and all that crap back in the day, like when the Beatles came out.
That's right. So you know what I'd say to that? Cars would be flying right now.
And here they are,
and they would be self-driving themselves to boot.
That is BTS.
By the way, they're already manufacturing self-driving cars. By the way,
yeah,
BMW, Tesla are some companies that are testing it out as we speak.
Because they're just
not that I would trust it.
I'm sorry, but BTS sounds like a bowel condition. Okay, am I the only one thinking that?
It's
yeah. This is just weird.
acronym.
Like 7 dudes, you know,
Look at that.
all different hair colors.
They look super feminine, so I can see. I wonder why they did, but now that you said they all got plastic surgery, that makes sense. You can totally see.
It's a standard.
You can totally see
in South Korea.
When I was seeing the initials BTS, I thought it was some initials for your adult listing on Craigslist or something.
No, their name is Korean. And it's an acronym, and I can't remember what it. Let's see, BTS name. BTS name in Korean. It's
what?
It's Bangtan Sony Yondam.
I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Neither do I, but I get it.
I don't.
But music is universal. We don't need to know the name. Music is universal.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I don't think there's anyone on this panel that would actually. I mean, to be fair, I don't. Their genre is younger female audience.
Oh yeah,
right?
absolutely. And they actually can sing in English, believe it or not. A few of them can, and they actually it doesn't sound too bad. I mean, I had to listen to one song. I was like, well, let me see what the fuck they're doing, and also the first thing I saw, I'm like, damn, these guys look feminine. I'm like, they're way too much makeup. I'm like, either they're way too much makeup, or I just went and I saw them, but they can all fucking dance like none of man. They can fucking dance. And when you listen to, you're like, there's no way in hell this is them. You're like, no way in hell, but apparently it is.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a
They
trick.
all look like Ken dolls.
We got a couple of fans in the chat.
Do we?
I guess I spoke too soon. Oh man, you gotta love it.
Oh my god,
I love your channel, Kenny. I came up here for 5 minutes to say hello and wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, And
Now
here I
you're
am, like
stuck in it
45
forever.
minutes into it, and my wife's
you-
looking at me like, "It's
did-
getting dark outside."
Yeah, pretty much.
But hey, you're enjoying it though, Asian, right?
Oh, I love conversation.
See?
Asian
yeah,
is
these are-
not drama.
You know, I've said this before. If you're doing all the talking, you're not learning anything new because we tend to talk about things that we know about.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah, and there's a reason why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Tim, it would do you great justice to remember that.
Although I wish He gave us 2 livers.
Wow, Tim.
It just sucks that we have 1 liver. Why do we have 2 kidneys and only 1 liver? Like, this doesn't make sense. Why do we have an
What do you think
appendix
there?
and
Yeah,
tonsils?
I was just about to
Like,
talk about
Well, you
that.
can give
Actually,
up a piece of your liver and still
like,
have a
what the fuck? You know, why do we have an appendix? Why do we have tonsils?
I did hear
is
that maybe one of the ways the appendix was it's a shelter for good bacteria in your body. That's
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. All the bullshit junk goes there, and then it gets so bad that it gets
It's
inflamed, and you have to have an appendectomy.
Luckily, I haven't had to have that, and hopefully, I will never have to have that. I'm hoping.
Same here.
Well, now they do laparoscopic surgery, so
That's
it's
right.
nothing. I
That's
have
right.
a scar. I had mine out when I was 12 years old. It's the size of a fist. You know what I mean? The scar. So
See,
it's like they're different.
And that's
Yeah.
another great point about advancement on technology. Back in the days, to Josiah's point, they used to have to slice you open and take it out and restitch you, suture you. Nowadays, they do it through just basically a pinhole and a camera.
Yep.
It's just
amazing.
fucking, and it reduces the recovery time by over half.
Yeah.
It's like amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My mother had 6 major surgeries, and she always used to say, "If I'm ever in an accident and you can't identify my face, just look at my stomach." It's like a roadmap, and it was true. I mean, she had wicked scars on her body from major operations that she had. But today, I mean, like knee surgery is done laparoscopic, and well, look at NJ. I'm sure that NJ, they took his gallbladder out through laparoscopic. They didn't cut him open to do that. They did
Amazing.
a little incision.
That's
You
amazing.
know?
Well, how do they get it out without opening enough to take it out?
They suck it out.
Yeah.
They suck it out.
Yep.
Yep.
So what? They liquefy it somehow, or
I don't know the exact procedure, but yeah, it comes through that hole.
Comes through a
Or
little.
is it like a vacuum or something?
I guess.
Well, you know, it's
and
the size of what a dentist uses to suck the water out of your mouth when you're in the chair. That's it.
Have you guys ever gone to an ear doctor and gotten the wax out of your ears vacuumed out?
Oh yeah.
Do
Yeah.
not even
I've never been to an ear
don't ask
doctor.
me to tell you my story, okay?
You should do that
No, I
periodically.
should not.
People don't realize it, but you should kind of do that periodically.
oh yeah, because you can get impacted wax, and boy, it's no fun.
Oh man,
It is no fun.
Been there, done that.
it's actually fun
I'm here.
in a sick kind of way.
Well, you can
Yes,
hear
Mom.
so much better when you have it done.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
fact. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And we think our ears are clean.
Hey Kenny, I don't want to be abrupt here, but I got to run some errands before it gets too dark.
Yeah, don't want to get in trouble with your wife.
But hey, listen, I love you
Yeah.
guys, man. It's a great channel. I look forward to coming back many more times, and thank you for letting me up and just
No
adding
problem.
2 cents as
Thanks,
always. You guys are the
Asian.
best.
Bye,
You're right.
Adrian.
Have a
Okay.
good
Bye.
evening.
I'll catch you guys later. All right, thank you. Bye.
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 Bye-bye.
Hey,
Suddenly,
Kenny.
my earwax story is less important now that Asian is gone. Never mind.
Yeah, save it for you. That could be your opener for your new channel. Your earwax. Don't give away all the good content for free. You know, dude,
You know?
save some of that crap for your
I'm
channel.
going to have like 2 earwax specialists on my first panel.
Well, there you go. Perfect.
Oh my god.
You all sit around and go,
By the
huh?
way,
Huh?
since I gave you that idea 30% of any revenue earned goes to KKTV.
Say what?
Now that I gave you that idea, so now I get 30% of your revenue.
That's kind of extensive.
On top of the 20% because I'm helping you get your channel started, and then the 10% for
what are you fucking
advertising
off over here? Negotiating a record deal here? What?
Don't forget the 5% he's got to give Jimmy for not kicking his ass all the time.
That's true. And then 10% for Lavender just because she's Lavender. So I mean that leaves you with 30%.
Of course.
No, I'm sorry, 25%. That leaves you with 25% profit. You'll be all right.
No, you gotta give 10% to me, so
oh, that's right, 10
I hate to do it.
To him. So I guess that leaves you with 15%. Unless anyone else wants to cut. Hank, you
I
want to
don't,
cut?
I don't want any.
I
I don't want any money. I just want to make sure that Kenny is the moderator who has control of the shot collar around your neck to make you shut up when you have to.
Instead of a shot collar around his jet, you use the new cock ring shot collar.
Whoa!
Oh, damn! Damn!
Oh,
damn! Ooh!
Lab says she gets 10% automatically.
Yeah, see, she gets 10% automatically too. So there you go. That's just golden. So,
Mr.
but hey,
Jarhead wants some for her goats.
But hey, then she gets 5. So hey, how about this, Tim? Tim, you get 10 cents on every dollar you earn. That's not bad. I get 60%.
Not bad, man.
I get 60 cents.
I think I'm going to hire Robert as my manager because, as he said earlier, is Kenny giving Tim a vig? What's my vig, man?
Oh well, Mrs. J. Well, we're giving you 5%, Mrs. J. You get that 5. You get 5% on that because we gotta let Taco have a little.
You gotta give Taco 5% for not roasting you.
Oh, and he can be your designated lawyer, so that means he gets the rest of your money. So yeah, you're not making any money.
You're not making any money out of this.
You might end up owing money. As a matter of fact,
I was going to say I'm going to end up owing more money than the guys, the kids in BTS.
Right? Every time one of your videos is shown, you owe 40 cents.
Oh my god.
That's the way it used to be in the old studio days back in Hollywood, right?
Well, Tim, you owe me a lot of money right now. You better pay up.
What the hell? Oh, what?
I'll take your ass to court. I'll bring you to Judge Mathis.
He can't afford a lawyer. Has to be free TV court.
Taco is his lawyer, which is why he owes money because Taco's very expensive because he's good at what he does. Just ask Joe Cool. He's Joe Cool's lawyer as well.
Oh shit!
I'd rather have Joe Cool as my lawyer.
No. Then you'd owe $5 every time a video plays.
Judge? Why the fuck are you here?
But if you're looking for a no-cost lawyer, I can direct you to Omaha Cop Law.
Yeah.
And if you want to go really low, you can do auditing. Glenn Serio.
Oh yeah, he'll actually pay you. He will pay you to represent you.
Yes.
Well, in that case, how much are we talking about?
Okay, but now if you do go that route, you might end up owing more money because he probably wouldn't win any because his biggest way he'll help defend you is he'll go around filming the judges, filming the prosecution, filming everyone, and
challenging them to fights,
challenging them to mutual combat fight, and all that good stuff. So
Tim will be behind bars for contempt of court.
Right.
Just bringing them on the premises.
That's right.
I agree with Aaron.
Oh, or you can get Tweak to be your lawyer. There you go. Devin.
Yeah.
Wait. Blind Justice. There you go.
Oh,
yeah.
They'll go to the wrong courthouse.
Now, Tim, if you would like me to be your lawyer, we can always do this on a layaway plan.
God, I don't even like the sound of that.
any future revenue you get automatically is deposited in my account with a 50% interest rate.
Kenny,
Kenny,
you're not going to use the juice boxes again, are you?
No.
Yeah, he probably is a flyer.
Hey, Kenny.
Yeah.
Layaway plan was you get him laid, the pay goes away.
Squeak is, I think it's Devin's lawyer, right? Or supposed lawyer.
No.
Oh, who's Squeak then?
Squeak came into existence because of a soft sit, and I can't think of the name of the guy. And he was talking on his phone while the cops were outside, and he was on the phone with his lawyer, and he said, "Squeak, they're gonna break my windows." That's where that came from.
That sounds familiar, actually. I think I've seen that.
Yeah.
Hey, Kenny.
Yeah, Hank.
Hey, do you mind if I talk about somebody else's show coming up that y'all might be interested in?
Go for it.
Y'all heard of Schrodinger's cat, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love him.
He's got a show tomorrow night. Is going to have a panel of 3 lawyers. He's putting the open invitation to any of the soft sits or 1A auditors to come up and make their legal arguments.
He's going to have Artie on that.
Watching that.
Do any of them work pro bono by chance?
I don't. What?
There's hope for Tim.
I highly doubt anyone's going to show up, though. Unfortunately, they're pretty much cowards.
Yeah.
You've got some pretty arrogant First Amendment auditors out there they're usually the dumbest amongst the crowd. They'll probably come up and make fools of themselves.
That's why I want them.
We'll see. Oh, it'll be cool if they did, but I don't know. But yeah, sure, I'm gonna check it out.
Come up.
You know, Robert brings up a good point. Will I be able to keep my wallet?
Yeah, you can keep your wallet. I mean, just when but I will.
Jail.
But
if I keep the money,
keep your wallet.
If you carry money, I'm keeping the money.
You can keep your wallet, but whenever it's open and any cash passes a certain threshold, I will get a text message letting me know that you just received money, and I will immediately get my cut via transporters from Star Trek. I have a transporter link. Right at your wallet.
Kenny, it sounds like you've thought about this way too much, and I'm actually concerned at this point.
No, actually, I haven't thought about that much. This is all off the top of my head. This is all off the top of my head, sir. All off the top of my head.
Of course. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh,
yeah, and Selmo. Send them Selmo and Joe Cool. They got 3 lawyers.
Joe Cool actually might be one to do that. And Selmo, hell no.
No, or Resistance. I'm just reading the chat.
I don't think Joe would be a good lawyer because he sits on the fence. He won't take a side. His arguments in court would be pathetic.
He'd at least be entertaining, though.
Just showing up there with the blunt.
Yeah. Me and him like sharing a blunt, Yeah, go on, go. Yeah. Let her speak. Yeah. Her evidence. Yeah.
Do you know about this law, section 318 of dash code 123?
Somebody put in the chat ass emo. That
Yo, you saw his video yesterday?
No, I haven't seen this video yet.
Oh, it's private now because he was dropping N-bombs and everything again.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did anyone screen record it or anything?
Oh, I'm sure somebody
I don't
did.
know.
I
Yeah.
saw his rant this morning. Emo's rant when he was talking about F bombs, and he wasn't going to use the F word anymore, and said fuck about half a dozen times after that.
And then he said something about the N word too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Either way
Milk
you
and
take it.
poop and
Or
Wait, are you talking about Emo or Anselmo?
Anselmo.
Emo.
Emo because he's
Emo.
the teenage version of emo.
Let me guess, they're all wearing dirty ass diapers. Diapers. I mean diapers.
Yeah, including when
Diapers.
6-pack is not supposed to be a month supply.
Yeah, I don't watch emo videos, so I just can't get past emo's videos. Just can't do it.
I was listening to Shiva's video last night where Emo had come on, or was it this morning? I don't know, but Emo went into this rant, about hating everyone and hating Gary Snowflake and blah blah blah, and then Shelley went up and had to console him because he wanted to kill himself. He's been wanting to die for the past 9 months and hasn't done it yet.
Wait,
He
you
just
said
ran for
Shelly
attention.
went up there?
Pardon, Gary?
Karen.
Gary.
Oh.
What?
Shelley went up there to console him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, don't watch.
He's the last person to be consoling. It's all
I know,
about her. Pity me.
I know. It was hysterical. Shiva was playing. He was playing a whole bunch of I think he had 4 live streams going at once, and he would switch back and forth to different live streams.
Oh.
All right. So
Kenny, did you make her list? Kenny, did you make her list?
No, I didn't make her list. I don't think she knows who I am, and I'm okay with that.
I made her shit list. I was number 13, but she ripped it up, and then she made another list of all her people that she liked.
I did see that, and I know Taco was upset that he didn't make the list.
I want to make her shit list again. I like that list better.
I know the first one on her good list was AFA for some odd reason.
Yeah,
that was weird. All right, so I want to change course here for a minute. This is just pretty much for all the people that either are thinking about starting a YouTube channel or already have a YouTube channel. Because now a lot of things that you'll notice, like the subscribers, you'll see subscribers go up, you'll see them go down. And I found a little thing that helps you get a better understanding of what's happening with your subscribers. So I'm gonna go ahead and show that here. Here we go. So
what do you mean, like as far as like shows and stuff?
People who subscribe and people who unsubscribe. So here, as you have, as your ending subscribers here, and then this is how much you gain. This is a lifetime. So 2,198, and then the lost 600. I think it's lifetime. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, so lifetime. Oh, damn it. Here we go. So I've lost 632 subscribers lifetime, but I've gained 2,988 for a total of 2,356, right? Now, this is your different ways you can lose them. As you can see, use them from the watch page, 324, 107 for that, 5 YouTube search, 2 interactive features. And down here's the interesting thing, closed accounts. Now, when YouTube does their purges, this is the one you watch. I've had, Tim, hold on for a second, please. Okay, so 52 total that I've lost from closed accounts. Now, the interesting thing that I found, I'm going to do this to the last 28 days. No, let's do 90 days first. We'll do 90 days first. So in the last 90 days, I've lost 236, which isn't too bad. I'm still have a good, I guess 520 in the last 90 days, which isn't too bad, right? 41 in the last 90 days of my 50 total have been in the last 90 days. So YouTube is doing their big subscriber count right now. Of the 41 in those 90 days, in the last 28 days, 31 accounts have been closed on my account. So they did do a big ass YouTube purge and got rid of closed a bunch of accounts that weren't, active, or there's some issue with it.
Are they considered like stock accounts?
I wasn't finished yet. But I will get to that. Yes, it does include stock accounts. It does include just people that haven't been on YouTube for like a year or whatnot. So anyway, in the last 28 days, 31 accounts of my 98 that have been lost are due to subscriber closed accounts. Look, that's more than people that have just unsubscribed from my channel. So that's when I was getting pissed off and I was stuck at like 40 or 30. This is what was happening. And I contacted YouTube and they couldn't tell me. They'd say, oh, everything's in normal. And then I find this. I'm like, that's not fucking normal. You can't tell me 31 closed accounts is normal. No, bullshit. Because I've got 51 total. So anyway, for anyone that is, so how you find it is, for people who want to do it, you go to I'll just start again. You go to, hold on. You go to, first you want to go to, let's do this again. No. So you go to analytics, and then there's a button that says more detail. You click the more detail. Oh, let's see. No, that's not going to do it. But anyway, you click on more detail, and then this will come up, and then you look under subscription source. And that's where you find it. There's also a subscription status. I mean, watch hours people watch, blah, blah, blah. The watch time, who watches, subscribe, not subscribed, and so on and so forth. So, helpful tool for creators. They were wondering about their subscriber count. They break it down into detail. It's pretty freaking cool.
Now, Kenny, can I ask you a real quick question as far as how they come up with those statistics?
Sure.
Okay. I saw where there was a thing on there about hours watched.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, does that, say somebody like clicks on like your channel, and after 5 minutes of like, say, like an hour show, you click off. Do you get credited for the whole hour or just that 5 minutes?
Only what they watched.
Okay.
And if you skip through, like, just fast forward through and watch certain sections,
mm-hmm.
it screws it all up.
Yeah.
It's not a continuous watch. So you really screw the analytics up that way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways you can screw up analytics. Kenny can screw up his own analytics by just going out and auditing with the camera and putting that on, because that flips him out again,
mm-hmm.
When he does lives.
Yep. Yeah. The lives definitely do mess up the analytics. They also mess up the algorithm, because they don't get as my lives don't get nearly the views that my regular stagnant videos do. So.
Now, does someone have to like actually view a video all the way through for it to be considered a view by YouTube? And the reason why I'm asking this is because you talk, you hear Anselmo saying like, "Oh, we have over 100 million views worldwide," blah 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 blah. How many of those 100 million people, or whatever million people that he says, actually like lasted more than 20 seconds before they clicked out?
They don't have to watch the whole video to get through. They don't have to watch it.
There you go.
And the more important is how many of those people are just there to watch them ride the lightning.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, and he won't tell you how many of those 100 million are people who are not subscribed to him.
Oh no, he's not going to show his analytics. Luckily, mine, like when I first started, I was getting a lot more views from non-subscribers, but it's evened out. I'm getting just about the same amount from non-subscribers and subscribers, so I'm happy about that. And mostly, I get a bunch of male. There's more guys that watch me than girls, but the girls are quite loyal because they're always in chat talking, always commenting, so that's good. Carl, can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah, who's breathing into the mic?
Okay, so but yeah, that's pretty much how that works.
Hi,
And
May.
shout
Hi,
out to the
Hominid.
ladies. Hi, ladies.
Oh yeah, he does include his TikTok views. That's why he says combined. That's why he says combined views.
Yeah.
Okay, I love TikTok, but I'm not watching him. Wow.
No, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. What I hate about
Has anybody
TikTok is
exposed him on this?
what?
Has anybody exposed Anselmo on this?
No.
He wouldn't care.
Anselmo's videos now have become all they are, if you notice, are nothing more than infomercials because he sells himself 3 times. He will tell you 3 times within that video to share, like, and subscribe because he has 100 million subscribers. And yeah, they're infomercials. That's all they are.
Yep, you're absolutely right. He's selling himself, and I'm curious to say. I wonder if his what Social Blade numbers are looking like right now. I'm gonna look that up.
Sounds like he's picking himself out.
I'm wondering if he's doing this now more because he's noticing he's going up slower and slower. Maybe he's losing support and not gaining ground as quickly. But then again, as a channel, you're going to hit a wall at some point. You have to do something different to keep moving up.
Mm-hmm.
And he's at 164,000 subscribers. I mean, maybe he's hit that plateau.
Yeah, and if you look back just go back a year and look at some of these major, auditors that we watch. They were getting 120, 130,000 views, and now they're lucky if they get, 5,000, 6,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
And Salmo is getting terrible views compared to a year ago. And when you have 164,000 subscribers and you're only getting 2,000-3,000 views on a YouTube video, that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how many of
I
those?
think Anselmo got, pretty much shown up by that girl at the post office. What do you think?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he did.
He's always
been
has a direct correlation to his dropping view numbers.
No. I'm not sure what's causing his view number. I mean, I think it's just a decrease in the auditing community's views as a whole. I mean, I think the problem is the market is getting just flooded with new auditors. Like there's a new auditor every freaking day out there, and even these new auditors aren't getting any kind of they're not getting a whole lot of good numbers. And people are just getting tired of it because, especially with Anselmo's, he doesn't do anything. He probably lost so many people just from his lack of follow through. I mean, he even when he does his audits, he folds so quickly like origami. People are just tired of not seeing anything get done.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to see analytically is the number of people who are probably all the same people who subscribe to all these auditors.
Oh,
there's a market out there, and I think they've saturated that market.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching that SGV guy here lately, trying to finish up something for Lavender, and his audits are so stupid. Just set up a camera outside UPS depot, and it was just so dumb.
Yeah, but he's another one of the few auditors that is above 100,000 subscribers. There's not that many in the community that are. Take Eric Brandt. Everyone loves. I mean, in the auditing community, they respect Aaron Brandt, but I think he's not even at 20,000 subs. I mean, that's just saying something right there. Someone like Anselmo, someone like SGV, someone like Furry, who's currently close to 50,000 subscribers or whatnot, because they're seeing something that people want to see. They don't want to see it just that, and that's the way that is. That sucks. I think there's who else is over 100,000? SGV, Anselmo's over 100,000. Casey Cameron Boy, no, he's not over 100,000, is he? No.
No.
Who else is over 100,000?
Oh, I can't think of his name now. Who's the guy who looks like the Amish guy? He has a red beard. He's from Texas, I think.
I'm gonna guess it's
Freeman. James
Freeman. Yes.
Yeah. James Freeman.
Yeah, when I think of a wacky First Amendment guy, that's who I vision. James Freeman.
Yeah. But Gary is right with SJV, like SGV rather. He has all his videos are just harassment, and they're harassing the average working person.
Yep.
Like going out there and shining flashlights in truck drivers' eyes, and and causing confrontations.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
And he likes.
Are you carrying anything illegal?
All right. So, he also likes to hang around Furry Potato, and he started to do some Furry Potato, like tactics. It seems like a lot of the California auditors seem to idolize Furry Potato and the saucing of people because it makes drama. People want to see that sort of thing happen. That's just one thing. Drama sells.
They're rubbing.
Brian loves Furry Potato. News New England, NNE.
Yeah. Was that Warrigal Man?
We're all guilty. We're all guilty of rubbernecking.
Oh yeah, tonight.
Kenny, I'm about to hop down.
Warrigal.
I just want to say thanks for letting me up, and I'll see you guys later.
All right, have a good one.
We'll see you, man.
How are y'all?
Hey, what's going on, Warrigal Man? How are you today?
All right, how are y'all?
Not bad. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was fine.
Good. What'd you end up doing?
Nothing.
Didn't you watch TV or nothing?
I watched TV. That's about it.
Okay. Well, hey, at least you did something. That's cool. Right on.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you eat good?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Glad to hear. Absolutely.
I hope y'all had good Thanksgiving.
Yep, we all did. That's what we're up here just talking about it and just having a conversation because it's been a while since I've done a panel just like this.
Yeah, it's been about a week, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, since I've done a panel like this, yeah, but I've had a couple, but they've been like targeted. So
right, yeah,
I really done one to just have people up. I think I'm gonna do one Sunday too. I haven't quite figured out what I'm gonna do it on though. Hurry up! Wait for the stupid Amazon package to get here. It's taking their sweet ass time. They're taking their sweet ass time. It's been out for delivery since 8:00 this morning. I'm like, you guys are slow.
You're gonna film him when he delivers it and ask him why are you so late?
I should, huh? I should. That's why you're late. So when May says, Kenny, when people click their videos, they realize they've seen it all before, and dying genre. Yes, I agree. I think it's really starting to. The only people that are really getting the real views are the people that are waiting to see either the police get owned in one case, or they're waiting for the auditor to get tased, arrested, maced, or whatever. That's what they're waiting for.
Yeah, people like Anselmo would, he could be getting the shit pounded out of him, bleeding from his eyes, nose, and ears, and he would say,
do we have video of that?
Don't forget to subscribe.
Oh God, he would. Oh, what about actually showed this one video. It was auditing in Chicago was out, and they got at a traffic stop, and his wife or girlfriend got arrested. And he said, "Make sure you guys smash that like button." I'm like, your girl just got arrested, and you're telling people to fucking smash the like button? Get the fuck out of here! Like, man, come on, get your priorities straight.
Then you got little fatty patties like PayPal Patty that'll be asking for PayPal donations as he's getting his ass whooped.
Right.
I hope St. Jude haunts Patty's dreams for every day until he gives the money.
He has a video. Before you say that, go look at the video and see if it's enough for you. He has a video up. I told you that earlier.
Where's the receipts though?
Well, an hour ago. No, he filmed it. He filmed it.
Yeah, he filmed it.
Okay.
On his
That's
computer
fine.
screen. He filmed it. Yeah, he filmed himself doing it, supposedly. I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure.
So you're telling me to see something that you haven't even seen?
I'm not.
video.
True, I've seen it, but I'm also not sitting here saying I hope it haunts Patty till the end of his days, assuming that he hasn't done it yet. When you haven't even looked at the video that says that. See, there's a difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying. You're going as if he hasn't done anything. I'm saying, well, there's a video out that says whether he has or not.
Okay.
Gary and I both have seen it, right, Gary? Did you see it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, I saw it. So I'll stand on that soapbox.
Okay, so in your opinion, he still hasn't paid it.
No, he showed the whole transaction through St. Jude's website. He videotaped it, made a $400 donation, and sent it. But I don't know how true that is because I'm sure it can be manipulated where he didn't send it, or you don't know. You have no idea. I don't trust anything I see on YouTube.
Well,
yeah,
here's the thing.
And actually, when El Sancho, did that drive, that night or whatever, okay, we showed him receipts of what we donated, okay, and you know what? It's easy enough to take something that you see on the internet, pull up a receipt, and Photoshop it, make it your own, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? I hate to sound like one of these guys, but
I don't see at that point. But at that point, I think you're giving Patty way too much credit. He is too lazy to do anything like that.
Go watch his video.
Too much. You're giving him way too much effort. I mean, too much credit there.
His girlfriend got pregnant while he was asleep.
No, and also now does he show his PayPal account before he takes the money out for it, or does he just go to the St. Jude's and donate $400?
He goes to St. Jude's and donates the $400.
He doesn't show the PayPal pool in the beginning. So for all we know, it could have been $600 that he needed to give. He only did $400. Okay, see.
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't
$500 before he took it down.
Well, but that's only one transaction that he took $500 out of the account. Like, what's her name said from, Kate said, because Kate got into it and said, like, you showed one transaction from that account.
Right.
And that doesn't mean the total amount in there.
Exactly.
No, he needed to show the PayPal pool that he can pull up and say, this is how much was earned, and then go directly to the St. Jude's website and donate that much. And I think that would have been enough. But then again, at the same time, that wouldn't be enough for everyone. There's still people that are going to believe that Patty somehow duped everyone, or, oh, fuck Patty, I still don't care. There's always going to be that crap going around.
But he did make a $400 donation, but he didn't show his PayPal account. So, like...
So it's still open to criticism.
Speculation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he did make a $400. It's there. I mean, it's on the web. It's on internet. But like, we have no idea what the PayPal pool was. He could have collected $5,000 in that account.
Yeah, true. We just
just one transaction.
That's where the whole transparency thing comes in.
Yeah.
Which is why for December, I plan on doing it. Kind of like a fundraiser thing all month. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have you guys donate straight to the website and then send me receipts, and that's it. That way the money never passes through me. So there's no way they can say I took anything.
Yeah, that is the best way to do anything. Because when you start with pools, PayPal pools, Like the other night, if you listen to Asian on Paulie's channel, he went through and explained the whole situation with the PayPal pool for a particular girl that they raised $900 and some for, and right down to getting the police report to prove that it was illegitimate. But the police report was in her father's name, not her name. So we don't even know if it's legitimate. But at least Asian went through the whole process. He and Panda went through the whole process of being transparent and showing where that money was transferred from Paulie's PayPal directly to her.
Yeah, Paulie been getting some crap about that too.
Yeah.
Which are totally innocent of it.
Yeah. And it was great that Asian was, good enough to be like the third party, independent party who investigated it and right down to the police report. So we know that it's true, that something did happen, but we don't know if they actually withdrew $1,000 because we don't know. We didn't see a receipt for $1,000 withdrawal from the bank.
Yeah.
So the whole thing was just to get out there that the money that Paulie raised, the 900 and wasn't it $80, Gary?
Yeah,
was transferred to this girl.
Yeah.
So but there's a lot of gaps in there when you do that. You don't know because we don't have a receipt from the bank. We do know that there was.
Wasn't she in the hospital too?
No, she was ill and she didn't talk after she got the money. She didn't speak to anyone for over 14 days about this. And they were trying to get a hold of her. So that's why they went and did the whole transparency thing, because Paulie was getting so much feedback. So YouTube polls are not the way to go. Kenny has it right.
Yeah.
The best way to go is if you want to donate money, you do it directly. You do it direct, and then you don't go. Nobody can be blamed. Paulie can't be blamed. Kenny can't be blamed. Sancho can't be blamed. No one can be blamed.
We'll blame Tim.
Yeah, blame it all on Tim.
Because I control the money. You fools! You fools!
See, but that just goes to tell you that, in Paulie's case, that even the best intentions sometimes get involved in just stupid shit. People automatically assume there's something fishy going on, even though there wasn't. But in Paulie's case, he had Asian, and Asia was able to track everything and show the transparency in it. Unfortunately for Patty's case, he's not being completely transparent. He's showing you what he wants to show you. But then again, at the same time, he doesn't have to be transparent. He didn't have to do that at all. He did that to appease some of us. And even doing that, it doesn't appease everyone. You can't, that's the thing. You have to remember, you can't please all of the people all of the time. There's always going to be people that have something against you. I could go out and I can give my whole paycheck, every single cent I get, to some homeless guy, and someone would say, whoa, there's some ulterior motive. Oh, how do we know it's the whole check? There'd just be stupid shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, someone will always have a problem with that. Whatever you decide to give or not to give, people will always just kind of just jump on you about that. Like, what, that's it? Or, oh man, that's it?
They'll only question it, Tim, if you do it on a public platform. If you do it in your private life and you don't publish it or broadcast it that you've done it, you'll never be questioned upon it. I mean, I work with, homeless people all the time. And right now we're in a big pickle because in my state, they want to close down the soup kitchens again. So what's going to happen is we're going to have to serve food outside in the open air in the winter. But it's better to do it that way than not do it at all. And I give money, I give my time, and I always have at least $100 on me in $1 bills, because I will give, people, homeless people, like $2, $3, $4, $5, depending on what circumstance I find them in. Like if I find them sitting outside of a drugstore, I'll give them $5 because and I'll watch them go in to buy something. So you just do what you do. Just don't make it a public forum where you have to prove it. I have a PayPal, send me this money. You can't do that. You can't do it on a public forum and not be transparent.
It's like, you give to people, and that's great, broadcast. Maybe like all these YouTube channels, instead of saying like, oh, we're doing like these fund, raises for organizations and stuff. Okay. Yeah. We'll do a fundraiser, but we'll post the actual links to where you can actually donate directly to them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's where I have the problem. Okay, because all of these different charitable organizations that people collect for, okay, most of them have websites where you can actually donate directly.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Well, NJ, how are you?
So I mean, oh,
NJ,
how you doing, dude?
How you doing, Diver?
Good evening, all.
How you feeling?
I'm good, and I just got news. My catheter comes out on Monday.
Right on. Good stuff.
Not really. Painful stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be
painful, that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. Yes.
And they've already told me that there's no pain relievers available.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh no.
Oh man. Well,
can you take like an incredible amount of like sleeping pills before they take it out? Maybe.
No.
Oh.
Well, you don't really want to do that because that screws them up a little bit. I mean, I've got some leftover pain reliever, very strong and very narcotic, but I'm hesitant to use it. I just have to put up with the pain. Mainly the reason I don't want to use it is the last time I had 2 pills, I didn't feel too good.
Okay. Well, maybe what happened is because you're in so much pain that it won't make you feel as bad because it's dealing with the pain this time. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, the one I have on now is number 6.
Oh, so that's a lot of irritation.
You've got heart complications with your conditions, don't you, NJ?
Yeah, CHF, and I've been throwing some tachycardia while I was in the hospital.
Because I'm going through congestive heart failure myself. I can't take pain pills for anything until after my bypass, at least, because what it'll do to my blood pressure, drop it down, and
well, if you were in bypass, that means you've got arterial problems. In my case, I've got left ventricle problems.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Well, man, I'm glad at least you're getting better, and things are working out. Yeah, it's gonna suck, but I mean, just look. At least once it's over and done with, you can get out of the hospital and go back to your normal shit. That'll be cool, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was being talked to here. I didn't catch it.
Oh no, just that it's gonna suck when that happens, but the thing to look forward to is hopefully soon you'll get out of the hospital and you'll be able to resume your normal activities.
Yeah, normal while you're carrying a freaking bag full of urine.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to. How long are you gonna have that with a bag of urine with you, or whatever?
Yeah, well, I got the weekend more to play with it, but
that's not too bad.
Yeah, I suppose. I just hope I don't continue to retain, which is the reason it's in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hopefully you don't.
Yeah. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Oh yeah, we all are. We all love you. You're
I
missed in the
appreciate it.
community.
Well,
You're
I
definitely
don't
missed in the
love
community.
The worst of it is I went in for abdominal pain. They discovered pancreatitis and gallstones which caused the pancreatitis. And I come out with other problems.
Jeez.
Oh, that gets you every time.
Yeah, and as we walk by the COVID patient rooms, I kid you not, there were at least 4 just on our side.
Jeez.
Yeah, our hospital here just opened up a whole other floor, 120 beds.
Yeah, they were trying to clear out the floor I was on in that wing. It was going totally COVID.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's getting worse. Well, it's going to get worse before it better,
Yeah.
with this whole COVID situation.
Well, here's the thing: until they release the any kind of thing to help it, it's not going to get any better. And then the issue, even when they do the vaccine, is who's going to take it, who's not going to take it. I mean,
well, you do understand that vaccines are used to prevent the disease, not cure it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, some people don't understand that.
Well,
definitely.
Well, better treatments than the treatments they're using now are a hell of a lot more effective than their guesswork at the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and young people don't realize that they are the ones getting it now in my state, and like what they're suffering is, I mean, what the physical repercussions of this. I mean, there's scarring in their lungs and everything afterwards. So if you're young and you get this, that means that you're going to end up with some sort of, breathing problems and stuff like that.
But is that actually scientific fact though?
Yeah, it scars your lungs.
And there's a lot of neurological issues that are happening with people who are getting dealing with COVID in the younger ages,
especially when they get the high fevers.
Well, it's a disease. It's just like the flu, but it attacks certain organs, and your lungs are the organ that it really attacks.
Yep.
But like everything else, we were talking like how humanity has survived. I mean, we survived the Black Death. We've survived smallpox. We've survived, many other, diseases, and we'll survive this one too. Also,
now here's the thing. I think the big reason why we survived the Black Death, and it's a Black Death word. If that would have happened in today's society, I think it probably would have had a much bigger effect. Just the population spread and how things are done, how people travel. There's more travel. I think the Black Death would have been a lot worse off than it was. I don't know if we would have really recovered from that.
The flip side of that, we understand how diseases work so much better today than we did back then.
That's true, though. That is true.
Unless I'm mistaken, we have a cure for the Black Death.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if it was first discovered in the year 2020, instead of COVID, it was a Black Death, we'd probably be a lot more fucked.
Yeah, but the problem with the Black Death was that it was propagated by the insects that ride on the backs of rats.
Yes.
And unlike back in the medieval times, we have rat control.
That's true, we do.
And if you look at the Black Death originated in the Asian countries. It came through the caravans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another gift from China.
Yeah. Because there was.
I was going to say it. I was actually going to say it, but I held back. Thank God somebody else said it.
there was this one town in England where they had refused to bring any of the materials like the cloth and stuff like that into their city, and they left it out for a certain amount of time, and they didn't leave it out long enough, and they brought it in, and the fleas in that were still alive, and it practically killed them, the whole city.
So Jairam has an interesting little bit. It says the penetration of the virus in most states, apart from South Dakota, is only between 20 and 30%. Therefore, a vaccine will reduce further spread significantly, which would mean so the cases that are already there, they'll start diminishing once people start getting better. And if they stay quarantined and they'll give it to more people, we should be cool. But of course, it's not going to get better until, I mean, it's the same thing with most vaccines. If people don't take the vaccine, they're susceptible to it, and that's what happens, and they can spread it to other people that haven't got the vaccine either. And it's really honestly just one of those things.
Will any of these vaccines actually prevent us from spreading the virus as opposed to getting it?
A vaccine is what prevents you from spreading it.
Well, I thought it was what kept you from
getting a vaccine in many cases gives you a temporary immunity to it. And if enough people take it, the disease can't go anywhere. It will hopefully die out, and that's what they're hoping for. The problem is, being so new, there ain't a whole lot of people going to trust it.
Yep.
Sign me up. I'll do it.
Well,
I got nothing to lose.
I mean, for folks with medical issues like myself and NJ, a vaccine could I've got a history of bad reactions to just a plain flu vaccine and the pneumonia vaccine. Their new vaccine could kill me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the one and only time
vaccine, they actually give it to you. You know, it's a very, very minute dosage. And what the theory of it is, if they give it to you, your white corpuscles know how to react to it and destroy it, so that when it does come full force, they'll know, your white corpuscles will know what to do.
Yeah, well, they're not giving you a live virus; they're giving you a dead virus. And
dead or weakened.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the one and only time I got the flu vaccine, I was in the military. We were ordered to, and I got the flu.
Yeah. And also here's the thing, like with this,
there's no guarantee.
With this vaccine, they're also using a different way to manufacture it. They're not actually using the virus in some cases. They're using some other way to trigger your immunity system to create antibodies. Thank you. Antibodies in your system. They're using proteins and stuff like that. So, which is why we've had this so quickly. Because normally it would take a lot longer if they were to just do it straight from the virus itself. But they're using different ways. So different companies are using different ways to manufacture a vaccine. So it depends on which one you get. Whichever one gets approved, it might not even be the one that used the virus. It could just be something that's triggering antibodies in your body.
Yeah, and the cute part is the 3 so far that have applied to the FDA for quick release, 2 of them are 95% effective, and the third is 90% effective. What happens to the other percentage that isn't included?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one time you don't want to be part of the 5%.
So Eric Brandt says he got pneumonia 50 vaccine a few years ago, and I have not had a serious asthma event since. That's awesome. That's good. I didn't know they had vaccines for pneumonia.
Yeah.
That's the news to me.
Yeah,
if you're over a certain age.
Okay.
If you're over a certain age, you can, like I've had, they last every 5 years. You have to go and get one, but it is a great thing.
Well, it makes sense because I know a lot of people, that are older in age, they die from pneumonia. So I mean, yeah, I would.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Carl,
the same.
got the vaccine last year. Okay, please.
Yeah, imagine if that statement that the Eric Brandt show, I'm sorry, the gentleman before that, the Jai Rome made. Imagine the billions that the big farm's going to make.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what was supposed to happen. Am I right? Everybody was going to be treated free.
Yeah, and it's
That's not
who's
gonna
going to
happen.
pay for that?
Yeah,
Not pharmacy, not the pharmaceutical companies,
No,
the government.
they're
And
going
yeah,
to
guess
get
where they're
paid.
getting that money from?
They're going to get paid big time.
Well, here's the
Yeah.
thing: they're already talking about they're already going to charge between $30 and $40 per vaccine shot. So they're not making it very affordable for anyone. Which reminds me of the whole thing when remember when the cocktail for the HIV virus first came out. It was so expensive that only super rich could do it. It took the government to get involved and say, "Yeah, hold on, guys, you're gonna need to do something about this," and they did, and that's why. I mean, it's still super expensive, but I mean, at least now more people can get to it, and Medi-Cal will cover it in some cases.
Yeah.
But before, when it
Can-
first came out,
but
it
can
wasn't
you
at all.
explain? Can you explain why a drug which has been used for millennia, originally for poison, but now for treatment of heart ailments, that used to cost me 86 cents for a 30-day supply. So let's say under $3 for 3 months, now cost me $20 for 3 months. That's my copay. Used to be less than $3 for 3 months supply. Now it's $20.
Inflation. That's all I got for you.
No. You don't inflate like that. That's pure human greed of the CEOs that run big farm.
Oh yeah,
Even
they're very greedy. They're very greedy.
Kenny.
Bigger, more glaring example is the for diabetics, the insulin.
Yes.
The price of insulin has gone up so far; it's unaffordable if you don't have some sort of coverage.
Well, look what they do with the EpiPen. All that controversy.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. No one
Now,
talks
bet you
about
that
that
hasn't gone
anymore.
down much.
Yeah, absolutely. But it'll be interesting to see if the government doesn't get involved and at least make them bring the cost down. Because I mean, think about it. If they make
your
if they make
present
it so expensive,
administration, your present administration would do nothing.
well, here's the thing: if they don't make it more affordable, less people are going to take it, and it's going to have less effect.
You think they care?
Yeah, you would think they would, and they should.
And population
But
control.
they don't.
Population control. Kenny, I was in the hospital 5 years ago. I almost died. I had an infection of the brain, and it was from a fungus. It's called cryptococcal meningitis. And when I came home from the hospital, well, I was in the hospital for 3 months, and I received daily doses of this medicine. And then I was in rehab for 4 months, and then I came home. My prescription, one prescription that I had to take for a year, 1 year, I took it twice a day. 2 pills cost $1,000 a day.
Jesus Christ.
Now that is absolutely ridiculous. But without that drug, I would be dead. Yeah. Because when I first...
Was that guy Merkel involved in that?
Merkel who?
Merkel.
You mean Merck?
He owned the pharma company.
Merck is the one of the big ones. MERCK.
Well, no, I'm talking about the guy, the individual Merkel. I think his name was Merkel, but he was the head of the pharma company that did all this stuff, and he's in jail now, isn't he?
I'm not sure. A Balance says in Canada, the government pays for stomach stapling and weight reduction surgery to ease the public system of the high cost of insulin and other costs associated with diabetes. So that's an interesting way to go about it. And it's a good way, I think, that prevention. And that's what they say. And that's prevention goes a long way.
Yeah, well, I will say this about the hospital I was in. With the food they were giving me, my sugar came down. My A1C was 9.8, came down to 7.8. It's supposed to be below 7.
Yeah, I mean, when you stop and realize the diseases that we have, they don't want to cure a disease. If you cure a disease, there goes the money making.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, when you're in the hospital, they charge you for everything.
Yeah, the two things about corporations in the world are there is no profit in making something last a lifetime, and there is no profit in a cure.
Yes.
Oh, which is why they're not worried about curing the common cold, because it banks them so much fucking money.
There is profit in treatment, though. This is what the
what we're talking about.
Do.
Yeah.
They don't care about cure. Just treat you for as many years as you have left to live.
No, there's no cure for the flu either. You just kind of wait for it to go away. I mean, how many cures of certain ailments and diseases actually are there? Are they really looking? They're not looking. They're looking to prevent it from killing off their customer base, but they're not really trying to get rid of it because that is again their freaking economic base.
Yeah, because like when I was ill, and it took them a week finally to just find out what I had, but I had suffered for like 2 months, and they were treating me for vertigo. They thought I had vertigo because I kept falling down all the time. And so when I finally went, I came out of my apartment here, and Carolyn and I, my neighbor, we were going shopping, and she said to me, "Do you think you really should be going?" I said, "Oh, no problem." And yeah, well, I made it to the elevator, and then I fell down. And she said, "Can you get up?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, then I went to the hospital," but it took them a whole week to find out what was wrong with me. And at that point, my organs were shutting down. And then the treatment that they were giving me, going to give me, they told
something wrong and it didn't.
They told Carolyn, they told Carolyn that I had a 90% chance of, well, a 10% chance of survival with the treatment if I lived for 48 hours, because a treatment could have killed me. So I was very fortunate. But, okay, I'm cured of that disease now, but it has left me where I can't turn. If I turn quickly, I fall over. I have terrible back and hip problems now because I went from wheelchair to a walker to a cane. So it causes so many other situations, you know, like especially on an older body like mine. But I'm alive only through modern medicine. NJ Diver is alive through modern medicine. Hank is alive because of modern medicine. Anyone on this panel that I don't know who has any medical issues, we're all here. Even because of flu shots, because of modern medicine.
Yeah, that reminds me of a film I saw back in middle school, Better Life Through Chemistry.
Yeah. That's what it is. Better living through modern chemistry. It's so true.
Absolutely.
You know, it's amazing. I mean, look at the people who have heart conditions or who have heart transplants or organ transplants, or, you know, I mean, they have to live on so much medication for the rest of their lives to make
NJ, didn't you mention that?
Excuse me. Yes, Timmy, real quick. I want to answer A Balance. A Balance, the problem is when the government allowed Big Farm to patent their products.
Yeah, they shouldn't allow them to patent it.
Well, like NJ and I can only, and I'm sure Hank, I don't know how old Hank is, but NJ and I are on Medicare, and we can't get, when a doctor gives us a prescription, it's not usually for the regular prescription. We get the generic brand.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, so they go the cheapest route.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I think that's an issue I see with if they do the whole healthcare, they globalize it and it's free healthcare for everyone. You're going to get the bare minimum, and the government's also going to be able to tell you what you can and can't do, with stuff like that. That's just what I fear with if they do come through with this healthcare plan that they want to do, and I just see government getting way too involved in my life, telling me you can't have salt anymore. Oh, that steak, that looks good. Give it to me. You can't eat it.
Well, my
Well,
biggest
after you
fear
reach,
with the sorry.
go ahead, Hank.
My biggest fear with the socialized medicine is people don't understand how inefficient the government is at healthcare. Unless you're one of the 2% of the population that receives their healthcare through VA, which is not welfare, it is a benefit we earned for disabilities caused while we served, but they want to treat it as put it in the same categories as welfare. And then now they want to use that as a model for socialized medicine in the United States.
Horrible.
It's so inefficient.
Yeah.
The differences between a VA hospital and a for-profit hospital, or even for non-profit hospitals, is so huge.
Yeah, I can testify to that. I've worked in a couple of VA clinics putting in high-speed lines, and yeah, it's deplorable the way we treat our service people.
Absolutely.
The people working there and in the front line of things generally are some of the really great people, but their problem is their ratio of administrators to actually providers is it's 2 to 3 times the amount of a normal hospital.
I think the word you're looking for is unbalanced.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they'll make stupid ass decisions like one of my heart pills I have to take. They give me the pills they give me are twice the milligrams that I'm supposed to, and these are little tiny ass pills, and they expect me to put them in a pill cutter when I have dexterity issues with my fingers. And even when I can fit them in there, normally they powder instead of split. But that's all to save money because buying them in the bigger milligram saves a penny or two here and there.
Well, at the same time, do you think that maybe the doctors that prescribed you that medication at the time were maybe trying to make it a little easier for you financially, maybe?
It's not the doctors. It's the hospital system he's talking about.
My doctors fight with the pharmacy. My primary care and my cardiac physician fight tooth and nail with the pharmacy over getting medications I don't have to split because I've got neurological issues with my fingers that's developed over the last couple of years. My dexterity sucks. So it's hard for me to manipulate a pill cutter to get those little bastards in there and split them.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, look, Tim,
shit.
I have to take a 50,000 unit, it's a vitamin D3 pill every month. Okay. That pill is not covered by Medicare. I have to pay $14 for one pill. It's a vitamin pill.
But yet, if you got a D3 shot, if you got a D3 shot, meaning syringe and stuff like that, your insurance will probably cover it, right?
No, they don't cover. They don't cover that. Not unless you're hospitalized. If you're hospitalized, that's a different story. But if you're not hospitalized, you have to pay for the pill, the cost of the pill.
Because it's categorized as a vitamin, and it's a loophole that the insurance companies don't have to pay it out.
Yeah.
It could be a vitamin that could cause you not to need much more expensive treatments.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what Hank is saying is that a vitamin can cause, you to be rid of a problem, but because it is a vitamin.
It's a vitamin. It doesn't fix it.
No.
Yeah. And to answer Lavender's question, no, they won't split the pill at the pharmacy.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Even at like Walgreens or someplace like that?
That could be it could be a liability. You never know. It could be a liability to them.
Pharmacy.
That's true. It could be a liability.
Walgreens will split them for you, but you're paying for their service. The VA pharmacy, you take what you got. We don't have much of a voice in our care.
Yeah, it's true.
I get a little
VA is different
because I work on panels. Congressman Carter gets veteran leadership in my area together on a regular basis to talk about the VA healthcare issues. I'm a little bit more in the loop that way, but still, I have with the actual VA, I have my voice means shit.
Your voice ain't shit.
To the VA, it is.
Not to the rest of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we aren't supplying his pills.
But we're listening, and maybe we can make a difference. I don't know.
Nope, not in this country.
Welcome back, Asian.
I don't know what to do.
Hey, got my errands
Hey, Asian,
done.
how you doing?
Doing very well, guys. How are you? Yeah,
I'm
got my
doing well.
errands done. I came back in, happy to see you guys are still live, and I was listening in, and I was like, wow. I wrote my thesis when I was in college on the economics of pharmaceutical industry.
No.
Yep. I lost my mother to the pharmaceutical industry in this country.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, not that I'm trying to point blame.
The biggest problem for getting all 50 states to medical marijuana is big pharmacy is fighting it tooth and nail because it's much economic and much better for the patient.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know how close that topic is to my heart, Hank. We've spoken about it on other panels.
Oh, marijuana? It's fantastic.
You can't dispute the amount of research, legitimate research out there these days for treatment of PTSD, joint issues, epilepsy,
Neurological.
There's a long ass list of ailments that marijuana is a legitimate treatment for.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, the pharmaceutical industry in this country at the highest level is a business.
Absolutely.
It's operated, the medical system is executed as if it was a business.
Absolutely.
That's the issue. You look at countries like Canada and a lot of countries in Europe that have universal health care that come directly out of payroll salaries. They take more preventative, proactive approaches before it's too late because then they understand the cost of trying to save a life. Where unfortunately in this country, it's the latter, right? You have to wait to have stage 4 cancer before anything can really be done about it. It's unfortunate. And I'm just generalizing, but it's a fact. Then you look at generic medicines. When you go get your medicines, why is that? It's a fucking business.
And I'm just bringing up the VA's, the way the VA goes as why we really don't want socialized medicine as the thing for the United States. If anything, we want to get less government control over medicine and make it more, make them fight. Make them fight more for our dollar.
Yeah.
I can tell you what's.
That, sorry, go ahead.
I can, real quick. I can tell you it's not just the VA. My health insurance many years ago, paid for by the company and me, because I have to pay part of the premium, forced all of us onto Express Scripts for our maintenance drugs, and then forced all of the drugs that I was getting onto generics. And that's the commercial side of it, not just VA.
That's
Yeah,
right.
right now, if I get a prescription, I don't take any prescription medications other than a muscle relaxant. But if I want to and I don't choose to, I just go to the pharmacy. But like NJ was saying, they push everything on Express Scripts where you get the whole 3-month supply at one time. So it's all a big business to do that. I just don't like to use Express Scripts because it's just another step that I have to take. I just rather send it to the pharmacy, pay my copay, and that's it.
Yep.
And they will tell you, like when I first came out of the hospital, well, after I was out of rehab, I went in, I was 64 when this happened to me. And then at 65, when I changed over to Medicare, I had to go through, I was on 17 pills. And out of those 17 pills, 15 of them were vitamins. And they wouldn't pay for them. They would not pay for them because they were vitamins. And I had to take them for a whole year. And I'm fortunate that I'm in a circumstance in my life that I can pay for, pills and stuff like that. But there are so many people out there who can't.
So true.
Yeah. And Hank is talking about a whole system. What he's teaching us is that if we get, a free medical care in the United States, the bureaucracy is going to be so thick and so deep. I mean, right now it is. I mean, after a certain age, if you get cancer, they will only give you so much treatment.
That's right.
Yeah.
If you're a veteran, you mean?
No.
Look at countries with socialized medicine. They won't call it a death panel, but they make decisions on your age and ailments, whether it's cost effective.
That's right.
To let you continue life.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the business factor.
Yeah. And they even do that
guys,
in the private.
I was going to ask, so do you guys favor socialized medicine as opposed to socialized government? I mean, I can't help but think that there's some kind of link between the two, isn't there?
I'm personally, I'm a bigger fan of smaller government. There's a history of regulated capitalism working so well when it works right, because the competitive, when you have to compete for your labor, you're going to pay. If there's a big pool of labor to spin off of, you pay less for the labor and you get what you get.
Right.
But if you want, you're going to have to pay competitive rates for things. and then that comes up with the pay competitive rates for a product. If it's something you gotta have, you're more, and there's a limited supply, the price is going to be up. Like PlayStation 5, they just did their new release. PlayStation, Sony, they do this every release. They do very limited productions.
Mm-hmm.
So they're already sold. Somebody put up in panel earlier that, or in chat earlier, that they're already sold out of the PlayStation 5s, and that's by their own design.
Mm-hmm.
That way,
yeah,
it makes people want to have.
You're not insinuating that the government is actually behind the increased prices, are you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. This is a business, Murph. I just finished saying. I mean, Murph, Tim. That's one of the variables,
right?
Tim, with the government, any type of government, and Hank and Asian will tell you, and so will NJ. I'm sure Carl is old enough to know also, but like a government, I have my friend Carolyn. She was a major for 30 years. Well, no, she was in the service for 30 years and she retired as a major. She worked for a depot for another 10 years. And she was in part of purchasing. And every government entity, you have to have a contract to purchase. And that's what Hank is talking about. It's the entity. Like you can go out there, like she said, she could have bought say safes, or like at a certain price, and gotten them cheaper, but she couldn't buy from that manufacturer because they didn't have a government contract. She had to go with the government contracts.
Yeah, exactly. And to the general population, by big corporations are spending money on lobbyists to create laws to limit their competition, versus having to compete with their competition on a better product.
and that's exactly another reason why medical cannabis cannot be approved at the federal levels. That's one of the major factors why. But it's good to see that pharmaceuticals are trying to get ahead of the game, and they are making investments into medical cannabis as we speak. But fundamentally speaking, it is a backwards system. It's a contradicting system. Because if you look at what makes economies and countries grow from a GDPR perspective, it's regards to payroll, taxes, more people getting on the workforce. What are one of the primary things that government and politicians always talk about? Getting people more jobs in this country, because more jobs equals more money for the country, right? But because of the fact that the healthcare system is run through a business type format, we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot and doing ourselves an injustice in the long run. Whereas countries that have universal healthcare, they're doing it the right way because they're hedging off and they're really looking at the short term rather than the long term. And at the end of the day, healthcare should be a right. Because if you're all about economy and growth, you should invest in your citizens and take care of their health so that they can live long lives and contribute towards taxes and things like that. Because if you're sick, you're no good. Now we got to pay you disability.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it goes to the business side of what Agent's talking about. The more people that are employed, the more purchasing power we have, which increases the taxation on the products that come into this country, which perpetuate our government, which help run our government. We, the people, the taxes that we pay are minuscule to the taxes and revenue that the government receives for importation of products and taxation on those products. That's what runs our economy, not our taxes.
Very good.
Why so much business left the United States was all the tax BS. It was cheaper for them to set up headquarters in a foreign country and operate out of a foreign country than it was to stay here in America and run the operation.
Yeah.
That's another example of us shooting ourselves in the foot.
And that came about in the Clinton administration, didn't it?
Well, that's interesting, though, that you say that, because if you look at the Clinton administration, that was the only time we were in a surplus.
Yes, true.
A lot of people forget about that.
Yeah.
We were in a surplus when President Clinton left office. I'm not saying I'm a fan of Clinton. I'm just stating a fact.
Well,
Exactly, that's a fact.
It is a fact.
Asian, the surplus.
But surely, we can dissect everything though, right?
Yeah, but Clinton, it's proven. Go look it up.
Yeah.
We have a surplus. My mother had a saying. She said, I don't care what Bill Clinton does in his personal life. They should line up and give him blowjobs. As long as we don't have to pay all this money, I could care less.
Yeah, your mother did not say that.
My mother did.
Not say that.
Sounds like a wise lady.
Very wise lady.
Your mother did not talk about blowjobs. I'm telling you right now.
Shit, I would give him a blowjob if that was the case. Just kidding.
Okay.
You give anybody a blowjob.
Oh man.
And another thing we don't really pay much attention to with the economy is like, okay, our economy, we are in debt trillions of dollars, but that trillions of dollars is only on paper. It really doesn't mean anything. It could be wiped out.
And think of it. Every other country on the face of the planet, they're in debt too.
Yes.
So
It's
it's
all
like,
numbers.
okay, why don't we just start at zero right now? Boom. But everybody's too stupid
why,
to work together.
or why doesn't China just call in all their debts from around the world? They'd be pretty rich.
Yikes.
This is true.
We owe them. I last number I looked, like it would bankrupt us if we had to pay them. We'd be pretty fucked if we somehow had to pay them.
We pay restitutions. We pay restitutions to other countries around the world till this day.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Japan is one of them for the 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. We still pay restitution to that country for that.
Yep, and still we're not paying any restitution for what we did to the Native Americans or any other that we've done here. But we're gonna pay them because oh yeah, you had a fucking dictator that was pretty shitty and he decided to take over the world. We had to fucking bomb you. Sorry, here's some money. But what about us? You took our money away. Quiet, you.
Again, another example of shooting ourselves in the foot. We are notorious for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the government loves to be able to shuffle things into hidden closets, and like right now, it's a big joke. I'm not saying anything. I'm not getting political about illegal immigration, but there's a big joke amongst VA patients is, let me go across the Mexican border, come back as an illegal, I'll get much better care.
Yeah, I hate to say it, Hank. You're right.
You're absolutely right.
And listen, my parents were immigrants, right? So let's not get it twisted. But you're absolutely right. Some major issues there as well.
But Asian, your parents were immigrants, right?
That's right. My dad served in the Korean War. He was in a MASH unit. My dad was a general surgeon. He almost lost his life to a mortar shell attack. And he got honorably discharged after having major skin graft surgery on both his legs.
Oh, jeez.
They took skin from his back, his abdomen.
But I was just like, wow.
And then he immigrated to this country with the doctrines from South Korea, and he was not eligible to practice medicine in this country because
that's what I'm talking about.
At that time, he could not speak the English language fluently, so they said he needs to take the test over in the States, but he couldn't pass it because he couldn't speak the English language at that time.
So what? Did he work as an orderly or something?
No, so he became an entrepreneur in this country.
Oh, and made even more money.
With businesses and shit like that. Yeah.
And,
my
and some,
dad.
Him. Jesus. Wow.
True story.
Sometimes the level of to be a doctor in some countries, you don't have to know the same level of care here in the United States. There's a it might just be differences rather than level,
But I guarantee you, those American soldiers in the Korean War weren't complaining when my dad was giving them surgery and saving their lives.
Of course
not.
not.
A,
Of course not.
I have a problem with the VA hiring. The VA hires a hell of a lot of doctors from outside of the U.S. And then there's a major language barrier. There's a big enough language barrier talking to a physician that speaks English perfectly well, just because they talk in their medical speak.
But
then
here's the
then when you have a language barrier trying to understand the way they speak, it makes it a hell of a lot worse.
But here's the thing with that I've noticed. I have noticed that in the VA, but I think that's more just a worldwide thing. More hospitals are hiring more. I've noticed a lot of Indian doctors, and just in private hospitals too. I think it's because maybe we here in America seem to be more people are going more towards the tech industry than becoming doctors, and we're getting doctors where we can get them. And also there's another thing of you don't actually have to become a doctor. You just be a PA, a medical not assistant. What is it? A physical physician's assistant, and the doctor's becoming more of a manager. And you're dealing with the physician's assistant as opposed to a doctor. I'm noticing that a lot too.
I mean, the U.S. Army Green Beret for physical assistance.
If you go to, if you're studying your doctrines degree in any other country but the United States, more so Canada and in Europe and in Asia, they teach you about medical cannabis and cannabinoids and sort of like the medical practices around that. They don't do that in the U.S. if you're achieving your doctrines. They don't talk about medical cannabis. We're slow.
No, they don't.
Well, because it's federally illegal now.
Yeah, that's why.
Well, yeah, federally it's not legal. So that's predominantly the reason. But
I'm pretty sure
we're
that,
behind
like,
the eight ball constantly.
most like teaching hospitals or teaching schools, actually do mention medical cannabis.
Do you know they've done studies out of the University of Israel in Tel Aviv? It's public information. You can go download it. Where they've done studies, use cases on patients that have diseases and have been prescribed consistent medicines, and after taking medical cannabis, it eliminated over half of the prescribed daily medicines that they were taking. Who's that going to hurt? The pharmacies. Only the pharmacies. It's a fucking business in this country. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's like when you're talking about doctors, I had, when I was in the hospital, I had 3 doctors, and even my primary care physician. First of all, 2 of them were Indian, 1 was Pakistani, and my regular physician is Japanese. So I have had wonderful medical care from these individuals who come to the United States, who speak broken English, but they're so intelligent that it's phenomenal. I mean, nobody can afford. I mean, to be a doctor today the cost of your education is astronomical.
You're talking about the Indian and Pakistani, mainly because English over there is basically a second language. They in a majority of them, they already know that language, and also a majority of them do their schooling in England.
Yeah,
that had a lot to do with the colonization of India as well.
Oh yeah, direct.
As far as it being a secondary language, yeah, absolutely correct.
And I had one. I had to have spinal taps because of the disease that I had. I had to have a spinal tap. I was in the hospital for 12 weeks, and I had to have the first 4 weeks I was there. They did 2 every week, and then it went down to 1 a week. And then it went down, so forth and so on until it was once a year. But the gentleman, he was Pakistani, and I couldn't pronounce his name, and they called him Sam. But I'll tell you, I had my neurologist do the first spinal tap on me. It was so freaking painful, and she didn't get any fluid out of my spine. So then this Pakistani, we called him Sam. That's what he went by, was Sam. That wasn't his name. But it was like a feather touch. I never felt any pain, nothing. He was so good at his skill that I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And I went to the man for 18 months and had spinal taps done.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a risky proposition, man.
Oh, yeah.
Spinal taps. You're off by 1 millimeter, you could go into paralysis.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. But he was so good. And I mean, like, you're laying on your stomach and, it's just like, but it was just like, how if you bring your hand over the hairs on your arms and you can just feel slightly the hair, that is exactly the touch. I mean, he had such a touch for doing that. And I've heard so many people say, oh, they had bad experiences with spinal taps.
Oh, yeah.
And I had them, I had to have them because they had to check the fungus level in my spinal fluid and my brain fluid. So it was like, but there are many wonderful doctors out there. But as far as the medical field today, you go into a hospital, you see a lot of different nationalities as doctors.
I almost went into the field of medicine when I was younger, getting ready for college because of my dad. And I backed out. Yeah, I backed out. I was going to go to Cornell University. I wound up going to Syracuse in upstate New York, home of the Orange, Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, Orange.
Jim Boeheim, anybody that follows NCAA basketball Division I. But anyway, I was going to go into the medical field. But then in speaking to, my older brother and speaking to some friends who were also going through the motions, they got so jaded and displeased with the way the medical system works. They couldn't align to it. They said, this is all bullshit, man. We're actually killing patients. We're not helping them. We're killing them because of the process. And they all fucking quit and found other majors while going to school. True stories.
But they stayed in medicine now, right?
Excuse me?
But did they stay in medicine?
They stayed in medicine, but some of them just left, went totally into a different field. I went into computer engineering instead of medicine. Yeah,
I mean,
that's why I went to Syracuse.
I'm just thinking, myself, I'm just thinking they shouldn't have given up, even if they had gone into private practice or something.
Well, you can't go into practice until you serve your residency, and that takes years after getting your license and degrees.
And private practice really doesn't exist today. All doctors are aligned with a hospital.
That's true.
Yeah, for the most part now. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Right. My PCP, primary care physician. I used to visit him at his place on Franklin Street in Melrose back in the day, and when he joined up with this new group, which is part of the Melrose Wakefield Hospital in Melrose, Massachusetts. I was like, what? Why would you go from that comfy little spot on Franklin Street to come to here where it's like ew, it's like very sterile and
they'll put you out of business.
And he said $250,000 is what it took. That's what he was paying a year in insurance.
Yeah,
a lot of that's the medical malpractice insurance from are over. Too many people sue people for silly shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
frivolous lawsuits.
Go ahead.
I was just saying frivolous lawsuits all the time.
When I was stationed in Fort Drum, New York, I was going down from Watertown to Syracuse. There was an accident on the side of the road. Myself and a Army physician were in traffic behind them. Both of us rendered aid. I was covered because my level of care was covered under the Good Samaritan. He is a physician, an Army physician, so he did not have a New York State license to practice medicine. But the individual was going to die if he did not perform a tracheotomy.
Wow.
He performed a tracheotomy, saved the individual's life, but because of genetics, he got what's called a keloid scar. Which is one of those puffy scars.
Yeah.
He sued this Army physician and won. No medical malpractice insurance to pay a $200,000 plus his legal fees.
Did anyone mention to him while he was on the stand that he would have died?
Probably.
Yes.
I mean, was that ever said? And they still found in favor of this guy?
Because I had to take leave. I was deployed to Bosnia when his trial came up.
Oh wow!
They granted me leave to come home and speak at his trial, or during the trial, and it made me sick that this person was getting away and winning over somebody saving his life.
See, and that's the whole thing about Asians saying about being jaded. You become jaded because you see that it is, a non-win situation, and you're going into a corporate environment. I ended up with the major infection. They don't know where I ended up with this infection because I'm not a candidate for this type of infection. I don't have HIV. I don't have, any organ transplant, and it didn't inflame my lungs. So they don't know how this crossed the blood-brain barrier with me. The only thing that they can come up with, and I mean, I could have sued for this. When I went to the hospital, the outpatient thing at the hospital, they gave me, without checking my blood to see my white blood cell count or anything, when they thought that I had vertigo and they were treating vertigo and an ear infection, they gave me steroids. And steroids on top of a fungal infection is like throwing gas on a fire.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I could have sued for that, but I didn't sue for that. I'm thankful that I'm alive today because of modern medicine. 10 years ago, I would have been dead because they couldn't have saved me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You guys were talking about pneumonia earlier. I mean, look, in the 50s, we had an epidemic of pneumonia and people just dying left and right until they figured out penicillin.
Absolutely.
And you know what's crazy about that? We actually had something even before penicillin that could have helped, but it was the cost of manufacturing it and getting it out to the public. It's called nano silver. It's the ability to take silver, raw material silver, and apply nanotechnology on it to create byproducts from it. So it could be liquid, it could be aerosol, it's non-toxic. And they used to use nano silver in the human body.
If that's the substance I'm thinking of, thank God it wasn't used, because they determined the long-term effects of that were horrendous.
Now they have, This was way before penicillin even existed.
I mean, a lot of things that we used that we thought was perfectly safe, that had good purpose. Take asbestos. It was a great fire retardant. We know that it caused lung cancer and all these other problems. It seemed to be a great solution to a real problem. But
well, and that's what we're running into today in medicine, is that we've so over used antibiotics that the strains of different infections and diseases have become immune. I mean, penicillin, Agent just mentioned penicillin was the cure-all. I can't take penicillin anymore because they gave me so much of it as a child.
Yep.
That's right.
They definitely over it, which is why which is why a lot of the viruses and diseases actually are immune to it now. Which
yeah,
is why, and another reason they tell you. I remember when I was a kid, I used to get a sore throat a lot, and I get strep throat, and they would give me penicillin or amoxicillin. They said, "No, make sure you finish this because it's not going to work if you don't finish it. It's important to always finish your antibiotic treatment whenever you have one."
Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but you know what the problem with that, Kenny, is? And both my sons suffered from strep throat as well as something called red scarlet, which is part of strep throat, right? And every time we took them to the pediatrician, it was amoxicillin, right? But what people don't realize is that the body is so powerful that it can actually establish immunity against the antibiotic over time. So by prescribing the same antibiotic doesn't actually work in the long haul.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And you have to actually convince doctors of that. Like I had to convince my pediatrician that maybe the amoxicillin is not working because the child has been adjusted to it. Now it's far-fetched, but we just do as doctors tell us to do, assuming that it's the right way.
Right.
And it's not always that.
When I was
again, it's a business.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I was a kid, they would give antibiotics left and right for stuff before they would determine whether it was
That's right.
whether it was viral or and antibiotics does nothing for treatment of viruses.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
people don't know that.
You take a drug and get your body. It's not every time you take it, it's less effective.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then they want to know why we have acute kidney disease in this country and liver disease.
Yep.
Stuff like that, right? Because we're feeding ourselves with all this stuff, That's why I think alternative medicines and probiotics, it's
And
important these days.
People take Tylenol like Tic Tacs, but that has the liver.
Oh, yeah.
There was actually a woman, I was doing an ER rotation. Her husband was deployed. She did a suicidal gesture to get attention of taking a whole bottle of Tylenol.
Oh, God.
And leaving a note wanting somebody to find her. Nobody found her. She woke up the next morning. She was still alive. Didn't feel that bad. So she waited another day before she started feeling the effects from her liver had died.
She took a whole bottle?
Yes. And it's not going to kill you right away. What it does, it kills your liver.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It does.
Yeah. You die slowly.
About 2 weeks in ICU before she finally passed away a very painful death.
Oh, God.
That's the one thing they haven't figured out is liver cancer.
Yeah.
No.
Luckily, you can survive with only a partial liver, and
well, the liver can actually self-heal. It can actually.
The liver, it does. 7 years, isn't it?
Yeah,
7 years.
But the problem is people that get diagnosed with liver cancer, it depends on how much of the cancer is consuming the liver in advance of chemotherapy and surgery to remove the cancer.
Yeah, how early they detect it.
That's right. That's the issue. And that's the issue I was talking about earlier, that we're very reactive in this medical system versus being proactive. And oftentimes you're stage 4, stage 5 liver cancer, and it's too late to the point where you can't even have surgery because the cancer spread throughout the entire liver. So surgery is not an option. And the only option is chemotherapy, which oftentimes is too late.
Yeah.
Right.
It's so brutal. It's so brutal.
Yep.
The bad point, flip side of that, but if you go across this standard screening methods for cancers for no reason, those are bad for you. I mean, X-rays and PET scans. Those put radiation into you, which has a long-term effect on you.
Oh yeah.
Well, the last test, Hank, the last test they did on me, I mean, hundreds of tests on me to figure out what I had. And the last test they gave was a PET scan. And it was like then when the neurologist came up with, there was a whole, I didn't have one doctor, I had like 7 doctors trying to figure out what I had. So when they came up with this, what I had, cryptococcal meningitis, I was in a hospital that I had, the hospital system that I was in is huge. I had every neurologist, every specialist, and because I was in isolation for the 3 months that I was in the hospital. But I had so many people look at me because they never saw anyone who didn't have one of the 3 requirements to have this.
Well,
so I was like, I remember a nursing student, because I had 24-hour nurses. Well, not nurses, they were nursing, assistants, but I had to have someone with me 24 hours because the medicine that they were giving me caused me hallucinations. I didn't know where I was. It was deadly. But the one I'll never forget her. She was a nursing student, and she came in and she said, "Oh, I'm so glad that you have such a strange disease. I'm so sick of hip replacements and geriatric disease." She was thrilled to come in contact with someone who had something that she knew nothing about.
Makes you feel so good, doesn't it?
It made me feel special. Not really. But I mean, I don't remember in that time that I was in the hospital. I have probably a 95% memory loss. I have no recollection of what went on while I was in there until I got out. And even when I went into rehab, they had to put me into a rehab where there was a nurse because I had PICC line, and they still gave me infusions every day for 6 weeks when I was in rehab. It was the most difficult. I mean, I went from a man of 200 pounds. I lost 80 pounds within the first a month, the first 30 days. Yeah. So it was like, but I mean, you don't know, like, even when I remember my primary care physician, he had done blood work before I went to him. And he says, "You have, sludge in your liver." And I said, "Like, how much sludge in my liver?" He said, "Well, you had no sludge in your liver until you went into the hospital. And then they pumped my body full of, all this chemical, which saved my life." You know what I mean? So, like, Asian is right, and Hank is very right on, I mean, in order to cure me, they had to kill me. I mean, when you tell a person, like, "Oh, you have a 10% chance if you live for 48 hours,
yeah.
And so what do you do? I mean, I was so out of it, and Carolyn was there, and my father had just passed away, that when the doctor was explaining this to Carolyn, and she was sitting right on the bed, the Carolyn wasn't sitting on my bed. It was my father.
Right.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said to me, "You do what you have to do." Now I can remember that, and that was a hallucination. You know what I mean?
That wasn't a hallucination, pal.
It's just all the setups. Going back to what I was saying earlier, you could use so many different examples. I mean, just people look at obesity in this country compared to every other country. Look at the average meal size at restaurants where you go dine in, it's usually double the amount in any other restaurant in any other country, and people want to know why America is leading, obesity, which leads into things like diabetes and things like that. That's another great example. Look at student loans, right? So that I made the comment of healthcare should be a right. Same thing with education. Should it be a right? I mean, look, people want to talk about our students graduating from college and already being $50,000, $100,000 in student loan debt before they get their very first paycheck. What is wrong with that, right? And people want to know why credit card companies make all this money and people can't save when they start getting payroll, right? Did you know that less than 2% of the working person can even actually save anything at the end of a paycheck?
That's true. Most people in this country live paycheck to paycheck.
That's right. We're shooting ourselves in the foot, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gary, you've been super quiet. What's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot. No, I was just sitting
you
over kind of thinking about my wife. Well, my late wife. She died about a little over 3 years ago.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she had MS. She was diagnosed back in the late 70s, way before I even met her. They said she was almost a medical medical miracle that she lived that long. And she was just in and out of hospital. Just the last year that she was alive, she was in and out of the hospital, but mostly that was urinary tract infections, and then and her bladder shut down and everything, and eventually a heart attack got her.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
I'm sorry, man. It's like that.
Right.
That's kind of like what happened to my mom. She, kept coming down with these urinary tract infections and stuff, and eventually they couldn't treat it, and then she fell, and I'm very sorry, man. I am.
That's
that's what happened to her. She was with the catheter and everything, and the urine bag, and that was really kind of a big bummer and everything. I felt real sorry for her and everything, but it just got to the point where her body was just shutting down.
Yeah, that's sad.
And all of it is medication. Medication does that to you. Medication will cause, like a woman especially, urinary tract infections.
Yeah.
It's known fact that women suffer urinary tract, and a lot of it is from medication. And if you're on, his wife, she was on medications probably her whole life, and you get to the point where that medication just,
starts going against you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Every time she had a urinary tract infection, they just had to start from the get-go to determine which antibiotic to give her. Because one that worked the first time wasn't going to work this time.
Yep, that's how antibiotics work, and they need to figure something else out for that. Carl, you're also being super quiet. What's going on?
Just listen.
Well, what do you got? Do you got anything? What are you thinking about? What do you got? What's your take on anything?
Well, first of all, Asian, don't you belong on the mountain somewhere? No offense. It's just thing like you're too smart to be around us.
Okay.
Us squirrels and humans.
Furry little tree rats.
So where do you sit? Where do you sit on the whole healthcare industry?
Who, me or Carl?
Carl.
Oh, okay.
That's complicated. I'm sorry,
Tim. You've been talking a really long time. We're letting Carl talk now, okay? Go ahead, Carl.
That's all right, Tim. Well, I don't really know.
got to have an opinion.
I'll think one up.
That's cool.
Okay. All right. So, well, Lemon Kush, you've been really quiet too. What's your opinion?
The healthcare system in this country sucks. It's a business. It's a big, bad corporate business. You know, if they did universal healthcare, I bet you, like Asian said, would be proactive, not reactive.
Yeah.
Reactive too much.
You stole mine.
You know, everybody. Yeah, sorry, Carl. You know, the doctors want to put everybody on pills. Everybody's got to go on pills. It's got to be, you know, it's ridiculous.
So you're not looking for a whole globalized healthcare. You don't think that's the right answer for us?
Oh, globalized, absolutely, that's the right answer for us. That's absolutely the right answer. I'm talking, you know, be proactive, not reactive. You know, they should globalize it, absolutely.
Now, do you think the world's governments could be trusted with such a task?
No.
That's a tough one.
Yeah,
that's
that shit ain't happening.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's
Well, then, here's my question, and I think it's a logical question to ask as a follow up. You think it's a great answer, so I guess you're like on me. It would be good on paper, but in practice, with the way our government works, it probably wouldn't be the best idea, right? Or maybe not. What do you think?
No, you're absolutely right. That's I couldn't find the wording for it, so yeah, you're absolutely right.
That's a good explanation, Kenny, because like communism,
great on paper.
Marxism is good on paper, but
great on paper.
You know, but that doesn't work out.
That's right.
I mean, and people think we're joking when we say stuff like that, but it's absolutely true on paper.
It's so true.
It is solid. It's a solid plan, a solid way to run. But when you introduce people into it, that's where everything fucks up.
That's
the human factor.
That's right.
The human factor.
Oh, for anybody who wants to change America to a socialist society, I have a reading. Just read the book Animal Farm and see what your opinion of socialized.
Oh, that's a good book.
Would really be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm not advocating for socialism.
Me neither.
Let's be absolutely clear here.
Me neither.
Right.
I'm stepping away from the Democrats because of all their socialist crap. So
yeah, I'm definitely no. I love capitalism.
Yeah.
Right. That is the foundation of this country and our forefathers.
Absolutely.
Fuck that socialism stuff. But when it comes to things like healthcare and growing the economy and how healthcare impacts the growth of economy, I just think things can be different, a little different to support that theory. Because right now I think there's just too much contradiction.
Now, do you think right now would be a good, especially with the government and the senators and House, they can't seem to help the people out. They're more worried about themselves. Do you think now would be a great time for maybe some a group of citizens or just a group of people in general to try and get what is it? Andrew Yang was advocating for it. It was a monthly stipend from like socialist kind of program to where it gives you $1,000 a month for the rest of your life just because. He was advocating for that during his presidency run. And it's just interesting to see, did he foresee what was going to happen in the future with COVID when he was, and there's people that got behind him because they wanted free money, but most people are like, well, no, that's not a good idea because people are just going to get lazy and, but do you think that it could be helpful, especially with the government? Obviously, when we're seeing it in action right now, when we need the government to react quickly, they don't fucking do it. They can't get outside of themselves to help the people that elected them there.
It's another form of socialism, though, Kenny.
No, I know it is.
Another form of control. Another form of bureaucracy.
Red tape. Another way of saying red tape. A lot of red tape.
Yeah, there we go. Universal basic income. Thank you, Jessica. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. I agree, but when when you have an issue, like if we had that available right now, we wouldn't need Congress, we wouldn't need Pelosi, we wouldn't need Schumer to come together on a goal to benefit them and their people, as opposed to it would just be out there. We get it, right? It would take out the middleman, which is the government right now, Congress.
That's right.
You know, it would help everyone, not just small businesses. Because as it is right now, we're not looking to see kind of that until at least until after the election, after if Biden takes over. If Biden takes over, that's what they're waiting on. And then not only that, then you have to wait to see if the Democrats retake the House. Because if that doesn't happen, we're stuck still where we are, and they made no progress until then. So we might not see any kind of relief until next year.
Yeah.
If any relief.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And it's sort of like having a primary care physician, and that's another reason why I don't have a primary care physician. If you have certain health insurance coverages that allow you to avoid primary care physicians and you can go directly to the specialist, that's what I opt to do. Because with all due respect to primary care physicians, that's just a middleman. Because as soon as you go to your primary care physician, then they write you a little slip and say, all right, now let's make an appointment with the specialist. Well, then why the fuck did I come to you?
Yeah, I hate middlemen. And that's what I've noticed a lot. And a lot of companies are switching to, you have to call them on the phone. You can't go any place in person. And I'm more of like, I want to deal with people in person. I want to deal with them right away. I don't want to go through email. I don't want to do through this because there's too much things that can be misinterpreted. And then more likely you have to start right over at the fucking beginning. And then you're in line a half hour, 2 hours because they don't have enough fucking people working to answer phones or whatever.
You have to pay, right?
Exactly. It's ridiculous.
Why do I have to go to my primary care physician because I have chest pain and ultimately I need an x-ray or a CAT scan on my lungs? So why am I going to my primary care physician, wasting that day's appointment, paying the $30 copay, only to have my primary care physician tell me, oh, you need to go to a lab and get an x-ray on your lungs?
Right.
Well, why can't I do that directly?
Why aren't you able to
I don't have
go
to see you and pay you $30 to tell me that.
Tim.
I'll give you a good reason. It's because the lab won't take you without a prescription.
Exactly.
That's it.
It's the process.
I'm sorry to mute you, Tim, but yeah, you were talking over Asian again, and it's just starting to get annoying.
I'm sorry, but
just be careful with it. No, say it again. I'm sorry. What was your question, Tim?
They already answered it.
Oh, never mind then. Okay, there you go.
You know, it all boils down, like Asian says, it's all bureaucratic. Even like my primary care physician, I mean, he's a wonderful man, but he's very honest. Yeah. Because say I don't have diabetes, but my friend Carolyn, her sugar went up 1 point above normal. The doctor wanted to put her on medication because that's what the hospital system that they're in requires them to do, is to prescribe.
Hey, Asian?
Yes.
Does New York and around where you live, do you have urgent care centers?
Yes, I was just going to mention that. I'm opting for urgent care.
Those are fucking expensive, though, here in California.
My copay is $75 for urgent care.
The urgent cares are the great option when you don't want to have to get an appointment through a primary care.
That's right.
And get you linked straight up to the type of care you need. Your primary care still gets plugged into the process, but your immediate needs are taken care of.
Absolutely correct.
Yep.
Hank, very good point. And that's what my family's been doing lately.
It's so much more economical than an emergency room to do the same thing.
Well, also in New York City, for my healthcare, it's a $400 copay for ER versus a $75 copay for an urgent care facility.
Yeah, and the wait time in an urgent care is next to nothing usually versus ERs.
You're waiting for hours to get served. Plus, you're dealing with a lot of other things going on in the hospital.
Yeah, Hank and Asian. My primary care doctor like he told me, he says, if you ever need me for anything, don't call me. He said, go to the primary care at the hospital.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because he said, like, you'll need more care than I can give you, and you could be dead by the time you see me.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's like if I feel like I got the flu-like symptoms, I might have COVID and I want to go get tested. Why do I have to contact my primary care physician first and pay that $30 to go get tested?
Yeah, it's stupid. That's how the VA works a lot too. You can't get shit done without seeing your freaking primary care doctor first. It's really annoying. By the way, thank you for your service, Hank. What branch were you?
Army.
Yeah, same here. Cool. Right on.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You mentioned Bosnia, Hank. I was wondering, was that during like the Yugoslavian war?
Well,
Was
right
it
after.
right after it to keep the peace?
Yes, we went in and my first trip into Bosnia was when the F-117 got shot down, and then I went in. I was when we first crossed from Croatia into Bosnia to be peacekeepers.
Do you know what dobro means?
What?
Kako si. Kako si means how are you in Croatian and Bosnian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Being the medical position I was in while I was there, I always had interpreters with me.
I can imagine.
So I was having enough problems language-wise trying to use the interpreter to talk medicine to these people.
Wow.
Having to explain things to a way the interpreter could acknowledge.
Thank you for serving, Hank.
Yes.
Whose dog is that?
I know it.
Whose dog is that?
Mine.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I thought I was
Damn,
bleeding over from somewhere.
fucking Tim. Goddamn Tim. You've been talking this fucking shit up all day today, man.
God
That's
damn
it.
it, Tim.
My cut has gone up to 90% because of your goddamn dog.
So here's an
Hey,
interesting.
that's the same puppy. If you look at my avatar, that's the same puppy who's barking, like saying, like, "Hi guys, how are you?"
Okay.
For anyone
I think
who
he owes you another percentage point, Kenny.
Yeah. Here's an interesting fact. Anyone following the Dow Jones or stock market in general, ever since Biden was president-elect in the last 30 days, the Dow was below 26,000. And in the last 30 days or so, the Dow has surpassed 30,000 in 30 days.
Yeah.
So it jumped over 4,000 points on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Go figure. Go figure.
But during this whole COVID thing, Asian, didn't you notice that the stock market was doing very well?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, how can that be? How is this working this way?
Yeah.
Sectors and industries,
Yeah.
Even when the economy is poor in general, there's still sectors and industries that you can kind of pick and choose that are doing well.
Yeah.
Given all the turmoil.
And you always have the stock culture.
It was kind of my understanding. A lot of that was buying futures too.
Technology being one of those sectors, by the way. So you look at companies like Netflix, streaming companies, right? You look at companies like Amazon.com. Nobody's going to the store anymore. They're shopping online. Those kinds of outfits. Zoom,
DoorDash,
right? For virtual, right? Places like DoorDash and Uber Eats and these types of internet technology-based companies. That's where the investment should be for the long haul, including medical cannabis, in my opinion. Those are the two primary. Anything green and anything technology, in my opinion, is a safe bet for the long run.
Okay, fellas. I don't mean to interrupt or anything, but we're wasting our time farting around talking about all this stuff. What we need to do is put our heads together and figure out what's going to be the new big thing. We're all smart enough. We can figure this out.
It's techno. It's got. It's obviously got to be technology based.
I wish. Well, yeah, it's got to be something like that. Something along the lines of the next high tech thing.
Delivering drones.
Exactly.
Oh,
Diver.
wait a minute! They've already started it.
Yeah.
Oh man, Diver, did you hear our friend Omaha Coplock is highly serious about running for mayor of Omaha, Nebraska?
I kind of doubt. I kind of doubt he's going to get enough signatures for the mayoral position. He might get enough for a councilman, but I wonder who he's going to run against.
Exactly. Although personally, the way I choose.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, personally, the way I like to look at it, although it's far-fetched, right? We all get it. But I'd rather him focus his energies on something like this than going out there as a 1A auditor and putting his safety at risk the way he does oftentimes.
I agree. I agree with Asian. I agree with Asian.
agree.
Omaha is. Yeah, I hope he gets the signatures. I really do. I hope he really does this. You know.
I mean, whether he does, he doesn't. As long as he's focusing his time on this, and I'd rather just empower him to focus on that, learning the laws of his local city and stuff like that, instead of going out there and rolling around on a concrete floor.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The process would do so much for his personal growth.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
And his longevity, if he wants to be alive.
That too.
Yeah.
And also that I think it would help mature him too.
He can run for dog catcher.
That's a good one, Carl. See, Carl always saves the best for last.
Yeah.
The dogs will outsmart him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said dog stared at the computer like, what did that evil man just say?
And no man, no squirrel.
That would be that.
You know, and if you stop Asian and Hank and everybody and Diver, Gary, we've all been around a long time. I don't know Lemon. I don't know how old he, but all of us have been around. Just stop and think that, I mean, we could have solved our energy problems 50 years ago.
Oh yeah.
And we haven't because government. It's all government.
No, I don't agree.
You don't agree?
It's controlled.
Government, American government, or all governments together.
It's controlled by the corporations that have the money to control the government.
Yeah. You know, I agree with you, Diver. I agree with you.
Have you ever heard of a book and 2 movies called Rollerball?
Oh, great.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Jimmy Kahn.
I'm so glad to have Diver back on panels.
Yeah, James Caan in the opening of the film, which is based on a game that's a combination of pretty much all of our sports, but basically based on roller derby.
Yep.
And in the opening scene, you're in a stadium, everybody's, talking to something, what have you, and the announcement comes on, will everyone stand for the corporate anthem?
Yeah.
There was no government anymore. It was run by corporations.
That's right. People don't realize that, but major motion films oftentimes have subliminal messaging behind it.
It's getting
they do.
Well, that one certainly didn't. and the funny part was they just recently did a remake.
Yeah, I heard that. I didn't see the remake. Did you, Diver?
No, I haven't bothered. I like
exactly.
the original, and I read the book before I saw the movie.
I'm waiting for Avengers to come back.
Well, back when the original Rollerball came out, I believe Jimmy Carter was president, so it's kind of hard to put them both together,
Yeah, hello.
I think the movie Logan's Run is when it came out. No, that'll never happen. Now I'm kind of wondering.
Yeah, we're getting close, and
Makes you
I'm
think.
unfortunately going to be one of the ones flying up into the ceiling and being disintegrated. But
Every one of them
yeah,
is over the
and then there's Soylent Green.
Oh,
Yes.
geez.
Oh God.
Another brick in the wall. Remember
Soylent
that?
Green is humans.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, Kenny, you notice all the experience you have on your panel this evening? Wow.
Yeah, I
Blown
know.
away. Look at Tim, Hank, Josiah, Carl, Diver, Lemon, Gary, War, yourself, and me. I mean,
And
combine
if
all
this
our
was
experiences together.
and if this was any other panel but Kenny's, we'd have some youngsters in here calling us boomers.
Yeah.
And my comeback to that is, who invented the item that we're communicating with? Boomers.
Yep, they sure did.
Or 10th man. Keep Paul Crane's
Who
driving.
gave you your cars that talk?
Yep.
Well, me and my dad built our first computer together. It was a Heathkit H89.
What?
A what?
Building a computer back then, you had the solder circuit. You had soldering to do
Mhm.
on circuit boards. It's not just the plug and play of building a computer these days.
Nope.
Yeah, I remember those days. What's interesting is in the Air Force, we had to have a NASA standard soldering course.
Mm.
I had the tech sergeant. I can't remember his name, but I remember his nickname. Oh no, I remember it now. Do it again, Kriegbaum. His last name was Kriegbaum.
Wow.
You could get it perfect, and he'd go make you do it again to make sure it wasn't a fluke.
My first computer. My first computer was the Amiga, and then after that we got a regular. Okay, Tim, relax for a minute. Hold on. All right, so it was an Amiga, and then after that, then after that, we ended up getting a regular computer. My uncle was working for Comp USA at the time, and put it together for us. It was pretty good.
I had a
Commodore. That's something as simple as wicking solder onto a braided wire and getting that right at least 3 times, and then bending it around a post and soldering that. You had to do at least 3 times to pass his course. And what was interesting is the NASA standards, because man, repairs up there are super expensive.
Exactly. You don't want to have to do it 2 or 3 times. Get
Hey,
it right.
I'll tell you, there's nothing funnier than the truth and reality.
It really is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think another reason why people are afraid of the truth sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what was really funny was in my job, I had to make sure that the circuit was working for the customer. And at times I would go into the central office because it was closer to me than the customer. And I'd be checking some cable pairs with a meter to make sure what was good to get out that far. And I had a frame person say, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm testing cable pairs." "Oh, you're supposed to do that out in the field." I said, "What's the difference?" They said, "Well, you can call me and get a short." I said, "Yeah, if you're here. And if you're not, that means I got to change it, come back here, do the transfer myself, or see if I see the short out in the field from the field and solder it myself." So, what training do you have for soldering? I loved it when they asked me about the training for soldering. I said, U.S. Air Force NASA standards. Yeah, I actually had a frame dame tried to kick me out of her frame one day because she was off on lunch and I had a hot repair to get done, and I did everything. I transferred it out in the field. I transferred it in the office because I would have had to wait till after 1 o'clock, and the customer didn't want to wait.
Yep.
We're talking high speed lines here.
You showed her.
56K was high speed when I was starting.
Oh yeah, 56K modem, man. That was like everyone's like, oh my god, I gotta get me one of those.
Damn. Well, I'll tell you,
that was around the AOL days.
I
and
got
Netscape.
I got pulled to work overtime one evening for a company in Fair Lawn, New Jersey, who was testing putting voice and data over 4 bridged 56K lines. And we were selling T1s back that far, but they're super expensive.
So what are the modem speeds nowadays?
We don't use them. We use direct digital.
Oh yeah, okay, there we go.
And 9 times out of 10, it's for businesses. It's fiber to the premise. They want it. They'll pay for it if their need is big. Hell, I got one company not too far from pretty much across the street from where I used to report. They're being fed by 2 different central offices. Their business is that valuable. They paid to have a fiber line brought in from a distant central office just in case the local central office went down. And it has happened, by the way.
And as we sit here and talk on our electronic devices, we don't even think about what could happen just from one solar flare from the sun that could fry everything.
Yeah, I always wondered if it would fry things that are off.
Well, not just, but it would just disrupt everything, the communications. And
yeah.
How we are just speaking here, to one another. I mean, our communications would be cut off. I mean, what would we do? I mean, we're also attached to our electronic devices, our phones. God forbid if our phones went down, what would the world do? I can't even remember a phone number.
Yeah. Yep, for right.
You think that's bad? When was the last time you saw a kid on the side of the road changing a tire, let alone changing his oil?
Yeah.
Or when you see someone, or what about whenever you see someone pull out a physical map?
True, but that's like MJ would know.
Ken, have you been checking chat at all?
What about chat?
Yeah. Please wait while Kenny murders Tim.
All that.
It's because you keep interrupting people, Tim.
Kenny has the mute button. He can dump him, Power Wagon. Yeah, it's okay. But hey, I tell you what, I'm a better sport than Joe Cool is. I watched that whole, well, not the whole thing, but what you showed about the 8 minutes of roasting Joe Cool. That was awesome. And he was such a good sport about it too.
He was a good sport during the whole thing. I mean, people came on and it was a good stream. And this week we're going to do Rice Krispie, so that should be fun.
Oh, really?
And you know what? I'm actually giving you, permission to use me another week or so. I don't know.
What do you mean? What, use you? What do you mean?
Not like that, Kenny. Relax.
No, but no, I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't remember anyone's. He didn't talk about you, did he?
Well, no, I'm just saying, to do a roast of me.
Oh, we don't need your permission, Tim.
I know.
You're sounding like an auditor. You're sounding like an auditor now.
Oh,
no, I don't understand why you're commandeering me against my Third Amendment rights while trying to make my First Amendment rights known.
Oh my God.
Okay, that was bad. That's
what the hell was that?
I plead for a fifth.
Yeah, that's
what the fuck was that, Tim?
That was like that was like a bad Josh impersonation, and I apologize to everyone, including Josh.
What, that he's quarter with an enemy combatant?
I mean, That was an insult to Josh.
Shit.
And
Nassau
actually, I didn't
uses
mean it to be that way. But let me tell you something. Oh, never mind.
6 gigabytes on the download.
What? Asian's
Am I
like
not on
having his
mute?
own little conference. No, you weren't on
I'm
mute.
sorry, guys. I was looking at what the standards are for NASA's Wi-Fi. 91 gigabytes. Wow. I wish I was on NASA's
That'd
area network.
That'd have been so funny. He was like, God damn, this Tim is fucking with me. I'm like, what? Oh, I'm not on mute? Why could you say something really interesting while not on mute, Asian?
Thanks.
Yeah, it's funny. I just got an email from the newspaper. I get emails all day from the papers I don't even belong to anymore. And the headline is the election over yet?
I guess it depends who you ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Trump just suffered another defeat. I don't know whether it was District or Court of Appeals for Pennsylvania, and the federal court declared his challenge to their election null and void. They dismissed it.
Yeah.
In
Lack of
Pennsylvania?
evidence.
Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Yeah. And Michigan's already certified.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, well, the other side of it is there may be an appeal to SCOTUS. So it'll be SCOTUS deciding our election this year.
Well, as long as
I say that in jest.
As long as Rudy's in charge, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh hell, he gets paid by the second. You know that?
Just keep in mind, you still need 270 though. Keep that in mind, guys.
Did anyone? I don't know. That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, why they're making all this big fuss over Philadelphia? Like, even if Biden says, you know what, you can have Philadelphia. Guess what? I still won.
That's right. Based on the electrical votes, that is absolutely correct. Because Pennsylvania's 20 electrical votes. So even if Pennsylvania gets overturned, that would give Trump 259. He's still 11 short of presidency. So the point is,
there are still problems, though.
No, agreed. And I think that's the biggest thing that was revealed is we were very unprepared for the amount of mail-in ballots that happened. COVID made it necessary for social distancing, and they did it, but they didn't really think about how that would affect, people's perception of the legality and the election. So, I mean, it was just, I think if this happened again, and you would think they had almost, 2 years to get a plan in effect, and even almost a year when COVID started. So they knew that they're probably going to deal with this. I'm really shocked that they weren't as prepared for this as they were. I mean, but then again, Asian, this just goes back to the thing. We're reactive instead of proactive, and I think that comes full tilt when you look at how the election went down. It was just a bunch of bullcrap. It feeds into the controversy.
He says electrical vote. Electoral vote.
Back in 2016.
I'm sorry, my accent gets in the way sometimes.
People were suppressing the vote, or votes were, they weren't real and everything like that. All of a sudden, 4 years later, the same people, and I'm thinking of that woman from Georgia who ran for governor, and she has claimed for the last 4 years, that she has not lost, the election as governor in Atlanta, but yet at the same time, she's saying there's no voter fraud, not now, no, it's all bullshit.
Well, 4 years ago, and then we spent 2 years on it, we were blaming the Russians for Trump being president.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So every cycle of presidency, it'll always be some crises.
But, we have, the internet now where everything is true. And that's causing the problem. And that's my only gripe. I honestly, honest to God, I wish we could go back to the old days of just, filling out, the voter slips with the markers, sliding them in, watching them be talented. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What,
Why is it such a problem?
NJ, whatever happened to the voting machines? When I grew up, there were voting machines. You went in and you flipped your little switches and pulled them.
Oh, yeah. I remember those.
If I may interrupt for a moment. I'll have to bid you all adieu. I have an obligation I need to attend to.
Okay.
All right, you guys have a good evening.
You too, Diver.
See you soon, Diver. Have a good evening.
See you, Diver.
See you,
This
Diver.
panel has been interesting. We've
Welcome
talked
back.
about everything. Very interesting panel.
Yes.
Yeah, I personally love these panels that Kenny does. I just learned so much from it, and it's also a good break from just the internet drama.
Oh God, yes, that's what I like.
Yeah,
exactly.
You got to get away from.
We're all friends.
At least we're talking about real world issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was today. Today, the drama on some panels today was ridiculous. It's good to hear actual conversation on real world stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as you can see, it doesn't get the views that the drama does, but that's okay. I'm like happy with what we get.
Yeah. No, it's good stuff, Kenny, man. We definitely appreciate you, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate doing it. I think this is a great idea here. And Tim, thanks for interrupting me yet again. No, but I think this is a good way for me to pay everyone back for, just watching my content as much as they do and, allow me to be as successful as I am. So, if it's a small audience, I'm going to perform the same way. And I just want everyone to be able to have a chance to come and say their piece, which I really like doing the sound off videos, even though I wish more auditors would come on, like Joe Cool came on for his. I really hope Rice Krispie can show up for this next one. I think it'll be awesome for him to actually be here and respond to some of the people. And, maybe he can change a mind or two. Who knows?
Yeah.
And it was interesting. We had Eric Brandt in the chat earlier. So, I mean, auditors do come in here.
Was that really Eric Brandt, though?
Yes.
Yeah, he was here.
Wow.
He's a subscriber to me, too. Subscribed last night.
He was so calm.
Oh no, yeah, he did. Noli apparently talked to him and talked to him and told him how awesome I was, and apparently he decided to give it a shot.
And wow, it worked out okay.
Oh, we were talking about this was when we were talking about the medical portion of our show, and Dan, Tim, you really just do not pay attention to the chat, do you?
Well, no, I think I came in later. I think.
No, you were up here.
All right, so I wasn't paying attention. Jesus.
That's. But I think we all knew this from when you were hosting the show, and you totally ignored the chat.
Oh, come on!
Gotta give you some shit here.
Come on, Kenny. Cut me a little slack, just a little.
Thanks, Jessica. Yeah, it's nice to get away from the drama, right? But yeah, so I don't know where I was going with that. Where was I going with that?
Drama.
Yeah. I think that was a side note too. But yeah, so Tim, are there any updates on maybe a channel of your own? And I mean, obviously you want to do one. Are you any news?
Well, I'm actually working on trying to come up with different topics to cover, and I figure like maybe a half hour, long, live stream, should be enough. And then
I would cut down on the live streams. I think you're more of a one-on-one person. With a live stream, you have to pay attention to the audience, or they're just going to leave. So maybe do stagnant videos.
Maybe what?
Do stagnant videos, not live. Just release a video without an audience. Because you won't. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but you wouldn't really pay attention to the chat anyway. So what's the point of having them there? And you'll get more views on a stagnant video than you would on the live stream. So I'm just letting you know.
It's a good point.
But at the same time, I brought my friend Jules on that one time. You know, what was it? A week ago, 2 weeks ago? And people are still calling you Kevin.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
She called me Kevin once, and yeah, that about did
And
it.
she felt so bad about that.
It's okay.
She did.
Well, she's gonna have to, if she wants to make it up to us, she's gonna have to come back on and have another chit chat with us. That sounds fair.
Well, I told her, after, our, afternoon together, that, I'm not the one people should be listening to. It should be her, because she is so well spoken.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I admit it. I suck. Okay. I can't, but she's great, but we got to convince her.
Well, you're the one who can contact her. So you're going to have to convince her.
Okay. So you're going to stop talking, stuff about me when I'm not around?
No. I can't make that promise, Tim.
Really?
It's not that I can't. I really don't want to.
What did you say, Carl?
What'd you say, Carl?
For the third time, I'll make sure no one talks about you, Tim.
Oh, he's going to make sure no one talks about you, Kim.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
See, it's one thing about Kenny's panel that I really enjoy is that we talk about, we go from one topic to another. It just sort of slides in naturally. There's nothing, it's not structured. I love structured topics. I probably could listen to Agent all day on, topics that he chooses to talk about. Now, I can talk on forever, basically about anything, but if you put me in my element, which is history, like I could run a panel, but it would be a very boring panel because history is not a debatable subject.
No, it's not.
You can talk about it. You can have your opinion on it. You can have your conspiracy theories on it. But when I'm teaching history, it's not a debatable subject. All I want you to do is absorb the shit that I'm telling you and regurgitate it on an exam.
They call that didactic training.
I know.
Okay.
Oh, fire, man. I love the way your mind operates. Oh, man, we could have some really good conversation.
It's like, and that's why I don't, in this panel, I'm more talkative and engaging because we flow from topic to topic. But like with the other panels, which I enjoy Sancho's panels and I enjoy Paulie's panels, and like even now with Glenn, I enjoy his panel. But here we have, I think there's a maturity level of all of us. We're all over a certain age, so we're not in that. We don't get into our feels in the topics here. You know what I mean? And we don't get our feelings hurt, and because I feel slighted. How can you feel slighted over somebody on the internet that you've never met who's giving you a freaking opinion?
Right?
Ridiculous.
Okay. That's so 2020 too, like getting in your feels.
Seriously, it
I wasn't
really
saying
is.
that shit like 10 years ago.
Right?
You know,
I love
it
that
is.
though.
It
It's
is.
so true. People getting in their feels.
You know, when I hear that, it's like yesterday I listened to all of the panels while I was, well, even the night before, Wednesday night, I was preparing all this food, and yesterday I was listening while I was cooking, and I just didn't want to participate in it because it was all just garbage. It was all garbage, and I noticed that Asian didn't participate yesterday either. He just listened in the comment section, like me. He would make comments, but he didn't get up on panel because you just get worn out. It can wear you out.
Yeah. It's also, picking and choosing your battles.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, it's part of free will. We all get to make our own choices in life.
Absolutely.
That's why you can't bitch and complain about your life because you made all the choices.
Yes.
Absolutely. And you don't get no
I love
do-overs.
donating to the homeless people in the street, but they got more money than I do.
And it's not a video game, so there's no do-overs, and you can't install any mods to make you either buffer or maybe make you with curly hair. 'Cause you kind of like my straight hair. There's no mods. It is what it is, and you can't, like, once you fuck up, you fuck up. There's no preset button.
And you know what? Look, I preach this everywhere I go on YouTube. I always say that, we're on the internet. We have the notion of keyboard, warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And I always use that analogy, that adage of just pain is not given, only received when you're on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
You get to choose what gets under your skin on the internet.
You do.
Yeah. As in real life. Nobody can dump your feelings on you. Your reaction is your reaction. I gave this little standard thing that I do is like take a book, place it in front of you, look at the book, like how much is the book worth? Do you like the color of the book? Would the book be a good gift? And then you ask yourself, like, who is the person who reacted emotionally to that book?
Mm-hmm.
You are. You're the one who has decided, you like the color of the book, or that you would like to give it as a gift, or you like the shape of the book. You're the one. You've chosen. That book didn't thrust its emotion or its feeling on you. You reacted to
And there's
that.
nothing wrong with that.
Yes, there is.
You think
That's
so?
So much
Damn
trouble.
it, Tim.
That's why there's so much trouble on panels. Is because people react to what other people say and say, "Oh well, that person hurt my feelings." No, you reacted to that.
Right.
And there's an adage.
But you have the best of intentions, though. Is what I'm
But
saying.
intentions are. Look up the depth. See, I would do a whole course on, things like if I had a panel, which would be very boring because I'm so much a teacher. Like I would do like a topic like judgment, or like belief systems, or like drama, or guilt, or jealousy, or reasons, justifications, just defining those words and understanding what all of that has to do with your whole thought process and how your mind works.
Is it crazy that excites me?
No, because it all excites me too.
Never cover, right? Never ever judge a book by its cover.
No, you. I mean, if you work with people, you learn to read people. I mean, I worked with 14 to 18-year-old boys, so like there is nothing that any boy or man can pull off that I don't pick up on immediately. I read everybody as a teacher. I read them as a student, before me. That's just the way my mind works. You read people when you work with people.
Jessica S is like-minded. We have to be fully aware of our actions because every action has a reaction.
Would you have Jarhead wants to know? Would you have Tim on your panel, Josiah?
You need
Well,
all
Tim is one of those cases that he doesn't don't take this seriously, Tim. It's just an observation.
Oh, of course not.
It means nothing to your daily life or who you are.
Nothing at all.
Tim has a problem that a lot of people do. There's a difference between listening and hearing. And Tim doesn't hear. He listens, but he doesn't hear. He doesn't absorb what he's being told. He doesn't comprehend it. He listens, and then it sort of goes into his mind, and then he brings the subject up like, blah, blah, blah. We've already talked about that, Tim. You just didn't hear it. You listened, but you didn't hear. And there's a big
Valid point. And I must say that, usually, I just always want to play, good, play nice with everybody on panels, I don't know, man. I mean, that kind of hurt me, dude.
No, don't take it seriously. I'm just pointing out something that's part of you. There is nothing wrong with you. You're a grown man. This is the way that you
I'm an old man.
at the world. But it's just something that you have to stop and think about. Because another thing that people don't realize, that speech is a voluntary action. It has to travel through your mind to your vocal cords, and your mind decides whether you open your mouth or not.
Good point. Good point. I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's not anything like you say. A lot of people have that issue. It's not like something that's personal to you. It's just something that it's a learned kind of thing, and it's not like a put down on you. It's just pay more attention to it, and I think if you did something like that, you wouldn't interrupt people as much.
And we're all guilty of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Depending on what circumstance or situation. I could be standing in front of someone, and I'm having a conversation with them, and like I can just like, whoop, I don't really hear what they're saying. It slips through, and I'll if I don't hear it,
everyone's getting canceled out, right?
I agree. I just agree with them. Yeah. And let it go on and think like, oh God, what did I miss?
I would tune in once a week to a panel that talks about stuff like this.
And by the way, Josiah, if you did do a history, man, I would be one of your guests because I love history.
I would definitely join, Josiah.
I love history, and I definitely want to. I want to do something like that.
What kind of history do you think I teach?
I don't know what type of history to teach. It's like history in general.
No, because history in itself is ambiguous.
The history of masturbation.
Yes. Yes, and circumcision.
Yes.
The history of masturbation and circumcision.
Now, if you're talking female masturbation, sure, but male masturbation, no, I don't want to read about dudes whacking it.
No, but seriously, all kidding aside, Josiah, is there a focus of history, or just in general?
My specialty in history, what I have my master's degree in, is religious and biblical history.
Oh, wow. I know that's going to put people to sleep, but I personally enjoy it.
Well, no, it is. It's very interesting.
I love it.
It's something that, as when I would teach, in school, and I would always tell my students, like, you realize that this is a foundation, and not everything I'm stating is the truth, but it is what is taught as history. So it is debatable, and as you grow academically, you will find out that you either believe it or you don't believe it. But in my class, there's no questioning it. I want you to regurgitate everything I'm telling you on the exam. That's it. That's all you have to do.
Now wait.
Rabbinical school?
Now, if you do one of your little live streams, there's going to be an exam at the end of every live stream. Is there? Because I'm not going to do it then.
Oh no! See, and the only way I could do this, if I did it, would be to have it open for discussion. I mean, I would bring up a topic of history, or biblical theology, or that, and we could talk about it. But as far as like trying to convince you and saying this is the truth, I would never do that to a grown
No,
man.
we can't do that. Yeah, this is no religious mission here.
No, this is it's totally, this is a group of grown men who have lived their lives, who have life experience behind them. You're not talking about 14 to 18-year-old boys.
Have I indicated at all in any of my speakings to anybody? Okay, have I indicated at all that I'm even involved in the whole pedo thing and all that other shit? I mean, God, I'm just a guy who just is trying to call it like it is. Okay, people can't handle it. Okay, tell me why.
Here's a question. Here's my question for you, Tim. What the fuck did that have to do with the current conversation?
I wanted to know that too.
I didn't even understand it. I'm sorry, Tim. I didn't even understand what you just said.
Okay, I'm stoned right now. I'm stoned right now, and I didn't even understand what you said.
You
I have
need
no
to
idea
get
what you
stoned
said.
to understand, Tim.
Now, I have a question for Jeff. Jessica.
We love you, Tim. Go ahead.
Hey, I love you guys too. I mean, you guys are all fantastic.
Tim, Gary was
to
speaking.
me,
Tim,
okay.
Gary.
Gary was
go ahead,
talking.
Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
But
Okay.
It's getting to the point where I don't care anymore what people have to say, because you know what? Usually, what they have to say means shit to me. Okay. All right. People, can say, stuff about other people, Republicans, Democrats, all the, I don't care. I am trying to live my life the best I can and to help as many people as I can. Okay?
Very good, Tim.
Are you feeling like, I'm sorry, are you feeling like people are attacking you here? Because nobody is. That's because here's the thing. From what you're saying, to me, it sounds like you're talking about, because we haven't given you a little shit today, but it's all in jest. It's all in, because we want to see you, do better. And, and I want you to do better at your panels. And I'm just talking about things that I'm noticing that are probably going to make your panels less successful. I mean, no, that's not even a fun. It's not meant to be a joke.
Honestly, I almost feel like Joe Cool. It's just like I'm like, and just like laughing at stuff, because really that's all I can do. Okay, but
But what do you mean? Like, what an example of what you're talking about? I'm not. Again, like obviously you're on panel here. So are you just talking in generalities, or are you referring to a specific incident?
Obviously I'm not, talking about a specific incident, but I'm just saying, I've kind of learned to kind of, I almost hate to say, take it in stride.
Why would you hate to take it in stride? I mean, that's what a panel is about. A panel is an open discussion. It is not an attack on anyone. It's our opinions, our feelings, and our beliefs. So you shouldn't take that personally.
No.
And we don't expect you. And I even prefaced my statement with, don't take this personally. It's an observation. It's my observation. Your life and what you say and what you do has no bearing on my life or Asian's life or Gary's life or Hank's life. It's just an exchange of ideas. And if you do take it personally, you have to accept that as your, responsibility.
I do not take anything personally, honestly.
So what was the pedo remark about? What was the pedo remark?
Yeah, what was the point of what you just? What was the point of? If you're not taking what anyone's saying seriously, then what was the point of that outburst you just made? Like completely derail what we were talking about, and now we're talking about this.
I just wanted to make sure that Josiah knew that I'm just here, and
and if you were in the room with me, I'd give you a hug.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, just Tim. Just don't worry, man. No one's really disliked you. You're
I
good,
know,
dude.
I know, Kenny.
Well then we're good then. Let's go
right,
on to
so
happy.
why are we talking about it then?
Because you fucking brought it up.
You brought it up after. You made it worse.
We were talking about a completely different subject. His Josiah targeted history channel, and then all of a sudden you're talking about, what? It's like, what the fuck? That's like Omaha. That was Omaha X.
All right.
Oh, let's go back to.
It's just
we're gonna move this. We're gonna move. Hold on. We're gonna move. We're gonna move this back over what we're talking about because we're done talking about that because you're okay. We're all okay. Let's not dwell on it. Now, Josiah. I'm gonna start.
Josiah, I have a question.
Well, just is Jimmy still outside?
Are you seriously, Tim? I was talking. Please, Tim. All right, I'm unmuting you now. All right, thank you.
I am
all right,
sorry.
so
I am sorry.
So okay, no worries. Josiah, I'm gonna start a petition to get you to start a channel. How many signatures do you need before you're gonna start a channel and do history? God damn it.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm a dog you on it. I will. Don't think I won't. I'm still trying to get Diver to do it too. Every time I have him on and we talk afterwards, I'm always like, man, we need to start a channel. He's probably tired of hearing me say it, but god damn it, who wouldn't want to see a Diver channel? I'd be on that shit every fucking chance I could get.
Yeah,
me.
I would be on for an Asian channel.
That too as well.
I want to hear what Gary was going to ask. Gary was going to ask something.
You have a question, Gary? Go for it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You said your history was religious and biblical. Isn't the Bible about half theory anyway?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. See, we could get into a whole discussion.
No, okay. Just a second. But you also said earlier that you can't debate history. So how can you debate the Bible?
It's not debatable when you're teaching it at a Catholic school, in a parochial school.
It was a Catholic school you were teaching? Is that what you said?
Yeah, my whole life, 18 years of my life, I was taught by Jesuits.
Okay. Yeah. I knew that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, no, and I ended up teaching in the same school, the same prep school that I graduated from.
All right.
So I'm one of those very indoctrinated people, and I'll tell you this, and this is something that people don't know about me, but it took me 24 years of my life being believing Roman Catholic. Well, not 24 years of my life, but it took me until I got into college, until I decided after my first semester in college that I was an atheist. And as I went through college and took more and more classes, the more atheistic I became, because the church is an organized government. I believe in Christ through the church's teachings, through the theological teachings of the church, but that is systematic, and that was put there and developed there, just like the Bible has a beginning and an end. So you can believe in God and you can believe in Christ, but I believe in them in the theological and academic aspects and not in the faith.
Okay. Okay. I just
mean,
wanted
does that
to
cause you
understand something there.
problems in real life?
Pardon?
Does that cause you problems like in real life, like day-to-day life?
No, because I taught in a parochial school, and I was an atheist, and I teach. My academic degree is in history, religious history, and biblical history. I have no problem, but people don't know that. They don't know that I'm an atheist. I love to go to church. I love the rituals of church, but I don't believe in God as biblical.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kenny,
Hey,
I would tune in, Kenny.
Yeah, I would too. Hey,
I
Laura,
would.
welcome.
Yeah, I'd tune in.
Jeez, I would definitely tune in.
Welcome,
Yeah,
Laura. How are you?
Hi, Laura.
Hi, everybody. Hi,
Hello,
guys.
Laura.
So, how was your
Hello.
Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving. I'm British.
Oh, yeah, that's right. My bad. Absolutely.
Kenny,
Happy
aim before you shoot, Kenny.
Yeah, my bad.
In
My
that
bad.
case, you can just talk all night then if you want to.
It was just Thursday for me.
Okay, cool. Gotcha. So you said you were checking out Christmas lights, though, right?
Yeah, I tend to go into central London like sort of end of November. I tend to go and check out all the Christmas lights, and it was a bit quieter than it normally would be for obvious reasons. So I sort of
Yeah.
walked around for about two or 3 hours because I like
Oh,
taking
wow.
photos and making videos. Yeah, it's really
Right.
nice.
Right.
Really
Yeah.
nice.
So you guys should check out Laura's channel. She does little videos on. She does a lot of traveling, and so there's like little videos about her travels, and she does a lot of photos, and she's really good. So you guys should definitely check her out if you have a
Oh,
chance.
cheers. Not done much in a while, but
Didn't Laura
I'm going to
do
do one
like
about the Christmas
for
light.
you or
Well,
Sancho or something?
what?
Didn't Laura actually do like a guest show for you, or was it Sancho? Maybe I don't know.
I don't think Laura's done a guest show yet. Have you?
A guest show. Not guest.
You got some great chats, Kenny, going on. Gary W 735. I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you. 1000%. That's where it all starts with me. And then I love TX Bartender 737. I love it. The chats are just fantastic.
Oh, just look up. Hold on. Let me find a link for her channel. Let's see.
What's that?
Oh, and I'll answer, Gary. Absolutely, Gary. I believe that Aesop's fables are just as relevant as scripture.
Okay. Yeah.
We got to get him
I
up
was
here.
just wondering about that.
Oh, is that you, Gary, down in chat?
No, that's a different Gary. We have like 3 Garys here.
Oh, okay.
I thought
Well,
that
it's
was
kind of long. It's kind of along the same line, but that's all right.
Yeah, Gary on panel is 111. He's the 4 ones. This is Gary W.
That's okay. Good. All right. Yep.
And according to Taco, we know what the ones mean.
Yeah.
Indeed. No, that's a great point. I love it.
Oh, there it is.
Look
I'll shut up.
if that's the case. But anyway,
Taze states in the comments, Laura, do you celebrate the 4th of July?
Do I celebrate the 4th of July?
it's rhetorical.
Yeah, yeah, it's really big here.
Anyway. Oh, welcome back, Limicus.
Guy himself.
I lost audio. I lost all my audio.
Oh, so there's her channel link, guys. We want to subscribe to her. She's got 51 subscribers. Let's see if we can get her to 1,000.
I'm not.
And then she'll feel the need to do more videos.
I'm not really big on that. I just make videos for myself, really. I'm not that. Yeah, I haven't done any for a while, but I'm going to do one about the Christmas lights, I think.
See, but here's the thing. Like, this is why I tell Noli all the time. When you have 1,000 subscribers, you're going to feel the need to make more videos for your audience. So that's why my goal is to get her 1,000, because then she'll do more. Then it'll be you. And then when Tim gets his start, it'll be my goal to get him to 1,000 subs. Asian, if you ever do one, same thing. So I have this goal to get people to 1,000 subs, because then I feel like they feel the need. They feel the need to do videos. It's like, well, holy shit, I have an audience now. Now I have to. See, it's all manipulation for my own amusement, so I can watch you guys.
Just sounds like pressure to me.
Kenny's taking all the credit
A little
for
bit.
viral marketing.
No, it's not even viral. It's simply so I can watch more videos by these people, because if they feel the need to make them, then I get to enjoy them too.
It's a giant Kevin screen.
You know, I gotta admit, I gotta give credit where credit is due, and I think Tay's auditors laugh like hell. That's a pretty funny
it is.
But his comments in chat are pretty witty, I must admit.
Yeah, they are.
Have to be sharp.
Yeah.
Witty comments like that.
Oh, Mrs. J, got to get her to 1,000 too. But see, here's the thing: the people that are going to subscribe to her from my channel, she needs to get stuff from the freaking animal lovers. That's what she needs to do. Just like Taco needs to get people from the gaming community. I mean, I could give him all kinds of subs, but that doesn't mean people are going to watch him, because, I mean, unfortunately for him, most of my subs tend to be between like 40 and 60, and they're not really into gaming. So that doesn't help him at all.
Another reason why I think the platform is important, like Taco Josh would do great on Twitch.
I keep telling him that.
Yeah.
I tell him he needs to switch to Twitch.
Yeah, or he could still maintain the
Yeah, do
YouTube,
both.
but use Twitch as the primary for his online gaming.
And get a
He would do
YouTube
so much better.
and get a Twitter account so he can start saying, "Hey, I'm live." And I mean, that'll help him a lot too. He needs to get better on social media and Twitch. He could do one online. There's this thing called I think it's like Game Me or something like that. But it's another streaming app.
Bottom
So, I
line
mean-
is, you want to go somewhere where it's like-minded.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, my audience isn't going to be able to help with the gaming.
And just the time frame, like Twitch is a specific time frame. You just can't go on forever.
So I don't know much about Twitch.
Isn't Twitch? Well, I don't either, but I'm just what I've heard is that it's like sort of real short, like 2 minutes at the most. Or
That's
like,
that's something else. That's
No, that's TikTok.
TikTok.
okay.
You're thinking TikTok.
Yeah, that's
Twitch is like
TikTok.
Twitch is like YouTube, but the channels are
gamers.
primarily focused on gaming, online gaming,
but
music.
But Power Wagon's favorite auditor actually has a Twitch channel. Extra Good Citizen. He posts his I guess a scanner chatter.
As well as Donut Operator. So he's big on YouTube, but he's just as big on Twitch, the Donut Operator.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Donut Operator,
Yep.
It's easy. And also another avenue to go around BitChute. BitChute's new. It's like YouTube.
That's right.
And you can monetize your videos on BitChute as well.
BitChute.
But always, it's best to just back into the platform. So depending on your focus of genre and content,
absolutely,
you want to back into the platform that's going to best support that. And one of the variables is obviously like-minded people. Who's the audience there?
Absolutely.
So that's why Taco should go to Twitch, but still maintain YouTube to stay
Agreed
connected with the YouTube community.
My brother was doing Twitch. My brother was doing Twitch, but I don't know what it was. He had to get a certain amount of things or something. He just found it quite stressful. I don't know if he had some sort of contract with them or something, but
yeah, there's a lot of bells and whistles behind Twitch. It could get a little overwhelming, but once you get acclimated to the environment, it is absolutely fantastic in my opinion.
Yeah, for gaming.
Yeah.
And there's
Also,
a lot of different widgets.
Donation.
And they actually, the donations, they have donation widgets, they have little games you can play. Like one of the bots I go to, this new one I'm doing, Stream Elements, they offer a lot of extra features for people that are on Twitch than they do for people who are just doing YouTube. So, I mean, you can get a lot more subscriber participation than you can doing YouTube. So Twitch is just great for keeping a community. And he could take this his Twitch and then post it on YouTube for people who aren't on Twitch.
That's
so I
right.
mean, a lot of ways he could do it, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. And I think it'll be his best bet to build an audience right now, because I mean he's going up, but he's not going up the speed he wants. But he just needs to broaden his reach.
You could still do live streams on Twitch. There's total chats and everything like that. And I just think it's a little bit more transparent as a platform too. Meaning like who your subscribers are, things like that. So it is a little bit more transparent than YouTube, in my opinion.
But the only thing I don't like about Twitch is I've seen too many videos where people get live hacked.
Oh,
they get hacked live, and then not only that, you got to worry about the what do they call them? The SWATs. They'll live swat you too.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of scary shit.
Nailed it, really, to be honest with you.
It's just great for multi-person online gaming and being able to stream it and use chat features and all those other capabilities through Twitch, because it just makes the experience that much more robust.
Oh yeah, it's designed for gamers as opposed to YouTube's not designed for gamers. Gamers use the platform and they use it well, but of course they're just not on YouTube. They're other places because they realize they have to build their audience.
Yep.
For real. So it's a good idea.
Just plug Twitch. You're welcome, Twitch.
Yeah, you're welcome. I want my 10% cut for every person that subscribes to you because of me. Thank you very much.
Well, there's 7 billion people in the world. I'm sure we can find an audience somewhere.
We'll try. Go ahead.
And Taze has a great comment, and it says, and I know it's aimed at Mrs. J. It says, "Goat videos will do well with the barbecue community."
Oh, jeez. Oh man.
Oh man.
He came up with some good ones.
So what's your latest video going to be on? The Christmas lights?
Yeah, I'll do that because I've not done one in a while. Not been anywhere, so I want to try and get that done at the weekend.
Right on. That'll be a lot of. You gonna use music, all that stuff to it?
Yeah, I'll use some music. I'll do it this weekend. I've got my birthday on Monday, but I don't have any plans.
Oh, well, happy birthday!
Yeah, happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
You.
Happy birthday.
That sounds so exciting.
Happy birthday.
My neighborhood law is the same way in that I'm fortunate to have moved outside of the city lines, and in my neighborhood we have like nice houses and stuff, and people take the holidays very seriously in that it's become competitive with the neighbors with the Christmas lights outside in the house and stuff. Year over year, people are getting involved and competing against whose Christmas lights look the best.
Oh, blimey.
It's getting really, really crazy, to say the least.
No, these weren't mine. These were just the ones in London. I've not thought about doing anything here yet.
People take it serious out here, I'll tell you, boy. Reminds me of that movie, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Oh, yeah.
When he puts up all the Christmas lights on his house and he tries to power on.
Yes.
Hi, Mrs. J.
Asian, any thoughts on you doing your own channel yet? Come on, I know I ask you all the time, but there's a reason I'm asking you because I want to see you do that shit.
I appreciate that sentiment, but I am a husband. I am a father of 2 young boys who constantly want my attention. I work a full-time job, and I like participating in as a co-pilot in these various channels on YouTube. So I think the answer is no right now, but I appreciate the sentiment, Kenny. Wink, wink.
All right. What about you, Lemon Kush? You got any ideas of starting a channel?
Yeah, I mean, I started a channel. I'm working on some things after the first of the year. It's going to be mostly panel stuff, open discussions, open panels, things like that, topics that I'll bring up and things. So, it's in the works. Hopefully after the first of the year, if everything goes right. If I have a computer, then, I'll be all set to go. If not, I got to do everything on my iPad. So, but yeah, that's going on.
There you go. And Gary, I got the perfect idea for a channel for you. You and Paul came together and just start reading the dictionary from the beginning all the way to the end.
Sounds like a good idea. I'm up for it.
You got that radio voice, and then Paul Kemp's, he's got that voice that everyone likes too. So I think it would be work out well for you guys.
Make sure it's the unabridged version, by the way.
Yes, the unabridged version. Warrior Eagle Man, how are you?
We could have a competition. He'll read the dictionary and I'll read a phone book.
There you go. See who did it better. Warrior Eagle Man, how you doing? Being kind of quiet too.
Yep, I'm doing fine. Listen to all y'all.
Oh, great. Hopefully we're not boring you. We can get kind of lengthy and talky.
No, y'all not boring me at all.
Good. So what about you? You got any first of all, do you have a channel?
No, I do not. This is something I just started.
Oh, did you think about, are you thinking about doing one or no?
Right now I'm just watching you, Paulie, Sancho, and Meth Hole. I'm just trying to decide what I want to do.
And Kenny Klein's your favorite, right? Right? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you are one of my favorites.
Okay, well that works. One of them. I like that. That'll work. That works. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with
my top five.
Kenny, I did think I was actually thinking about doing an audit.
Were you?
Yeah. Well, I want to go to the local high school here and go to the cafeteria and audit the lunch lady.
Audit the lunch lady. I love it.
Gary, you're so funny.
Mystery meat. What's in it?
He's funny too. I love it.
That is awesome. Do it. That'd be hella funny.
Speaking of funny, you know what's a good tip you should do if you're down in blue? Spin up YouTube and look for dance videos. People dancing. People randomly dancing in public.
Yeah, those are great.
They will make you laugh every time. I love it.
They will. That's awesome.
I saw people randomly dancing in public earlier. I might add that to my video.
I love the ones where they dance like no one's watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they were.
Or like when what about the ones where people meet up at a specific location, and then after a certain time or something happens, they all just start this big choreographed dance.
Yeah, what do they call that? There's a terminology.
Flash mob.
Yeah,
flash mob.
Flash mobbing. Yep.
Yeah, they did a few. They did a few here about 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's not so big
Liverpool
anymore.
Street Station.
Yeah, it's not so big anymore. But yeah,
There's two things I regret in life. One is not joining the military armed services for my country, simply because my mother didn't want me to do it because she was worried and afraid. And the second thing that I regret in life is not learning how to play an instrument.
Yeah, me too. I would love to play the instrument.
That's one of my things also.
I would have loved to learn the guitar. That'd have been.
That's my favorite too. I think strings. I would have went with strings. I think I would have went with the violin personally.
Tim, we can't hear Asian when you're talking. You and Asians talk.
I'm very sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Tim, it's okay. It's always hard to do these things virtually. But with that said, I was just acknowledging Kenny that I would choose strings as well, specifically the violin, probably.
Ooh, that would be a fun one. Yeah.
Yeah, putting sort of like a 2020 twist to playing the violin.
Good question to ask, Kenny.
Yeah, go ahead, Tim. I was just gonna let Tim, and then we'll go to Hank. Tim, you were gonna say something. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was going to ask something. For those everybody on the panel, and actually anybody in chat who's actually served in the military and stuff like that, It's like, how do you feel when you see all of this?
Who's got all that background noise going on?
I know.
Mm.
Somebody's eating. Who's eating?
Yeah, who's eating? They
Somebody's
stopped.
eating a Slurpee.
Whoever it was, they stopped.
I'm on. By the way,
Go ahead,
I'm
Tim.
on. By the way, I'm on mute from my headphone. My headphone
That
has
was-
a mute button too.
The funny thing is that was me, and I was actually I'm grinding up some weed.
Oh, nice. All right, gotcha.
Puff, puff, pass. Puff, puff, pass.
Gotcha. All right, go ahead, Tim. I'm sorry. Finish.
Well, I mean, I was just, wondering, how many people on the panel who've actually served, are actually just upset at the way things are going. Is that a stupid question?
Well, be more specific. Yeah.
Question though.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could be more specific.
Yeah.
Okay. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And that's not from Sesame Street. There are 10 people on panel, and there's, I don't know how many on chat, but how many of you guys actually, have a problem? Literally. You wake up like each morning knowing that you served your country.
I don't have a problem with that.
No.
I don't have, yeah.
Bit of a
What,
problem.
you know,
My service.
I was in the Air Force, and go ahead. Is there more to the question?
Yeah, there's got to be more to it because you said a problem, but a problem with what exactly?
Because everyone seems to argue and complain, about, the military, people being puppets, blah, 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 and I'm saying, like, you guys signed up and you guys knew what you guys were in for. And, I appreciate you guys for that. Just so you know.
Okay. What?
So
does that make any more sense?
Let me get this right. So your question is, are veterans who are up here and in chat, are they upset with how veterans are being treated? Because a lot of people don't have respect for the military system the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, that's the whole thing. I went in there and I fight for everyone's right to believe what they want to, for freedom to do that. And so, no, I mean, they believe, they can believe what they want to. Doesn't make it true. No, it doesn't change. And let's say they believe that doesn't change why I signed up for it or why maybe other people did. I did it for a specific reason, and that's just the way that is. That's how I'd answer it.
Yeah. Next.
I'm pretty
Josiah?
much.
I'm not a military person.
Okay.
It was the only lottery I ever won in my life.
Well, hold on, Tim. Someone was gonna say something. I think it was Lemon, right?
Oh, okay.
Not me. I was coughing.
Then it was Hank. Then.
Yeah.
You were coughing.
I'm damn proud of the service I did. Proud to have served with the men and women I served with. There's a lot of ignorant people out there that they think we're just puppets in the military. I'm not going to waste my time trying to educate them. The system's already failed them.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm more than happy to share with anybody who's actually wanting to know the reality behind military life and not the fantasy that they get from video games and movies.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
No, as someone, you mentioned video games and movies and stuff. How do you feel about kids dealing with, like, all these video games and violent video games, as people will say it, and violent movies.
They weren't out when
Violent movies. I'm not even considering, but I'm more. I honestly, I don't understand the violent video games.
See, if you don't have a problem with the movies, I don't see why you would have a problem with the video games. I don't personally see a difference between the two, at least violence wise. So I don't really have an issue with any of the violence going on. I mean, I don't think that has anything to do with me being military or either. Not. It's just it just comes down to
in the video game, you're shooting your opponents. You're shooting the fellow gang members. That's a little different. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's a little different. Go ahead, Hank.
That's all I'm asking.
When I was a kid, we had Space Invaders. Didn't get me wanting to go find aliens to shoot out of the sky.
But if you did, you know what. But if you ran into an alien, you would know what to do now, won't you?
You got to recognize reality and fantasy, man.
Yeah, it comes down to that, and again, parenting. It's the parent's job to raise their child right. It's not the video games. It's not television's job. If the parent doesn't do a good job, then the kids are going to turn out fucked anyway.
Okay, so what is the problem now?
As in what?
Kids, being like totally infatuated with video games and stuff like that. Hey, for me, Pac-Man, Space Invaders, great. Boom, boom, boom. Asteroids, yeah. But, it's like, it seems like the new games, are more virtual reality. And that bothers me because, it's like when you shoot somebody on a video game, they're nothing.
When you were a kid and playing Cowboy and Indians, it was nothing. When we were kids, we played Cowboys and Indians, and you got shot, you died.
Yep.
Boom.
Hell, video games are a lot better than when I was a kid. We shot each other with BB guns.
Yeah. Yep. What about laser tag for that? You're shooting someone with your laser. It's a laser tag, kind of simulation, same kind of thing. So you have an issue with laser tag too, then? Yeah, paintball. You have an issue with all those things too?
That's my point. Everything seems to be escalating towards something. And I'm curious to think what you guys actually think about that. Is it going to go any further?
I'm not worried.
Where could it go from there? So are you worried? You're worried that the next big trend is gonna be, oh my god, this new video game says go out and kill people, and kids are gonna go and do it?
No, I'm saying that.
Then what do you think realistically?
What I'm saying is, kids are gonna not realize that it's not okay to shoot people, and they will.
Isn't that a parental thing?
Exactly, I understand, and that's why we're in this whole conundrum.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't think so. I think it's they have to listen to their parents, and it's the parents' jobs to differentiate between wrong and right.
What if their parents are morons?
Then I wish them all the luck in the world.
That's a totally different issue.
Yeah.
But Tim.
Hey, Tim.
I have to disagree because we all have to deal with it.
Okay, so let us chime in.
Tim,
Go ahead.
Tim,
Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, so you brought this subject up and everything. What you ought to do, you need to formulate your questions, get some more backing that would be more along the lines of your side, and make that your next presentation, your next channel show.
There you go. That'd be a good idea. That would be a great topic for you to have. You can come with all this stuff you're talking about, formulate your thoughts a little better, and then have a discussion about it. I think it could be a great discussion for your first show.
Yes.
My side? I mean, I
get 50%.
And Gary gets 50%.
Kenny,
and because Gary's here, I automatically get 10%. And it's not that doesn't come from his side. It comes from your side too.
And if Lavender's still out there, she gets a 10% too.
So that's 70 right there, buddy. Sorry.
Always thinking about Lavender. What a nice guy. Kenny, Jessica S. Timestamp 802. I absolutely agree with that. Like I said earlier, like-minded.
Yeah, video games get a bad rap. They actually help people in many ways. It helps realize frustrations in a game rather than real life too. And also, they also help with hand-eye coordination as well.
They also help with learning the difference between right or wrong in a sense.
Yes, very true.
And you learn that in a video game, like, shit, if I crash this car, I'm going to total it and I might die from it, right?
And
like they're learning that in a freaking video game versus in real life when they get their driver's license for the first time.
And now oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's research now that shows playing video games helps the older generation keep their mind exercised.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're also using simulators. They're also using simulators for a lot of on training and things like that. For instance, flight simulation, military training. I mean, I can't speak on specifically on my behalf, but they have technology like that now to use video games to learn.
Well, absolutely. When I went through basic, some days we'd go and we'd do kind of like practice shooting the rifle on like a video game simulator. It's pretty cool.
Yep, they're getting better and better. They have simulators for doing convoys.
Yep.
And to Tim, I guess to correlate it back to your specific question, if my boy's playing a video game like Fortnite, I had mentioned that earlier. We were doing that yesterday for Thanksgiving. To me, he understands that if you actually literally shoot someone, you can hurt them or kill them, right? So I want him to experience this so I have an opportunity to talk to him about, hey, this is a video game, right? It's not real life. So these are the types of conversations I get to have with my two boys as I enjoy the game with them.
But Agent, how many dads like you actually talk to their kids?
Right. So now that goes into like social economics and all of that stuff, right? Which is, again, another topic in my opinion. But fundamentally speaking, that's the way it should be. And
also, here's the thing, Tim, like, the statistics that you're talking about were the parents that, the kids that don't, have no scruples about what they're doing in a video game to real life. Statistically, that's a really low number. So
that's right.
Would you want to punish the whole entire world, entire market shares, industries, because there are certain parents out there that don't give a shit about their kids and will just allow them to do what they want? Just to protect a few, you're willing to take away all of this stuff, not only the technology, but what about the technology could lead to other groundbreaking discoveries that we're going to miss out on because we want to make sure that Jimmy Joe, who decides to go rob a store because he saw it on a video game, doesn't do that.
You bring up a valid point. I agree with it. It's just I'm worried that people might take it further. You know what I mean?
It's already gone further. It's called virtual reality, Tim.
Yeah.
So buckle your seatbelt.
Yeah. VR's getting bigger and bigger. VR was a thing when I was a kid, but it was nowhere near what it is now. Nowhere near what it is now.
It's amazing.
And we had all of this with when Tim and I were growing up, and like Hank and Asian. I mean, all of this was movies. I mean, we went to the movies. We saw all of this blood and gore in the movies. So it's just a progression. That's all. It isn't going to make anyone. I mean, you didn't walk out of the movie theater after you saw a cowboy shoot out and shoot the first person you saw on the street.
Right.
It's just.
I saw Rocky and I wanted to knock everybody out.
Yeah. I grew up in a household where there was a loaded 22 right at the door my entire life. I never touched that gun. I mean, my father. Well, when I went to school, You know, like we had a gun range that we used to go to, and that's where I learned to shoot, was through the gun. But I never touched a 22, and that was loaded all the time from the time I could crawl. And I never touched that gun because I knew that I was not supposed to.
I had a rifle in my gun rack in my truck every day I went to school.
Yeah. I grew up in a neighborhood where not a neighborhood, but like I'm from Pennsylvania, where you could go to any high school when I was a kid, or even my friends who had pickup trucks, they had guns hanging on the back window all the time. You'd see them in the school parking lots. Yeah.
So Tim, here's the thing. I think that is a great conversation, but I kind of get your side, but I think you need to you research it more so you can really research it more, come to your opinion, then get some stats, some facts behind it, because right now it's just like, I don't know, just like, because I mean I would like to hear like maybe some stats and maybe that talk about what you're saying, but at this point it's just kind of like I don't know, unless you don't really. I mean, first of all, so you agree? So you kind of think that video games are what's so funny?
I'm sorry, Kenny. I love the way you say things sometimes.
Oh, what did I say so wrong?
I'll go. No, nothing's wrong. Just because I'm laughing.
Oh, okay.
I'll go on mute. My apologies.
His name is Kevin.
I got to agree with him, Kenny, because you sound like the guy who narrates like the Winnie the Pooh novels on TV.
Oh, that's just horrible.
Kenny is just very good at phrasing his questions. He dumbs them down to the lowest denominator.
Okay.
Winnie the Pooh was a thief.
Well, I will.
Kenny, please, before I rudely interrupted, please, Kenny.
I really think you need to do a little bit more research. That way you can formulate a better idea and we can have a better understanding of where you're coming from, because I think this could be a great debate, but right now it's simply one-sided because you weren't prepared for it. That's all.
Well, the thing is, you guys weren't prepared for it either, because none of you can actually provide me links. Providing me info about this information. That's
you
all.
have the internet. You have the internet.
Yeah, you can look it up. Video game and violence. There's lots of papers, doctorates probably written on the subject.
Okay. Yeah. Can I just say?
Hold on, Tim. Hold on. Lori has something to say. Go ahead, Lori.
No, sorry. I was just going to say this argument has been going on for years. Like even when I was a teenager, and I remember that it was like really controversial. Street Fighter 2, Mortal Kombat, and things like that. They're going on about how it'll make people violent and things. And I'm sure there's recent research that's found that it doesn't necessarily make anyone anymore. I don't have anything specific to point to, but that if there is research, it's been going on for a while, because the argument's been going on for ages. It's not a recent thing.
And before video games,
can we hear Laura talk some more, please?
and before video games, it was music and it was movies and TV. I mean,
exactly.
There's people that were saying, "Oh, it's rock and roll is the devil, the kid's crazy," and all this. Maybe some of you remember that back in the day, or more recently, my time. People were upset with the NWA for rap music. So I mean, this is something that's never going to stop. People are always going to be looking for an excuse as to why their kids turned out the way they did, so that they don't blame themselves.
That's like when a father says, "But I've never been to jail."
Yeah.
That's an interesting statement.
Not like I haven't to go there.
May I just say something?
Gone.
I'm sorry.
Someone was saying something. Go ahead.
Oh no, I wanted to just make a comment to Laura. I am also a personal fan of the accent, by the way. But
thank you.
I'm not sure if you like access any of the content on YouTube, but I'm also subscribed to someone called the Korean Englishman on YouTube.
Oh, is that the guy that goes into different places and he talks Korean like really randomly?
Yeah, and he uses sort of like
surprises people.
and uses Korean food, introduces them to Korean food, like he's done it to
Oh, maybe I'm
footballers.
thinking about a different person.
Yeah, he's just fantastic. Has over 3 million subscribers, by the way. He's a Korean Englishman. I quite enjoy him.
Oh, okay. I'm probably getting mixed up with someone else. I think the guy I'm thinking about is an American, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the one who speaks Mandarin.
He's the one who speaks fluent Korean. Oh,
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking of the Mandarin guy, I think. Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
There's a lot of those people that are out there doing it. It's awesome to watch. It's so crazy.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, Asian, okay, if you don't mind me asking, and do not take this as a racist type of thing, but
Pain is not given, only received.
You know, it was announced today that Kim in North Korea has banned fishing in North Korea.
Fishing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say fishing?
Or fisting.
I mean, that's huge, don't you think?
I'm sorry.
Well, considering what else goes on in that country, probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, fish, they eat to survive, And it's like
they
now,
eat grass.
Tim, unfortunately, that's a microcosm of things in the only communist country left in this world, in my opinion. If you look at Google satellite, it's the darkest spot geographically in the world.
It is
behind it.
Yep.
When you talk about communism, again, I'll make this quick. I think I've mentioned it before. Technically, Cuba, Russia, China, and North Korea are considered communist. Cuba's gone through a little revolutionary since the downfall of Fidel Castro. But the point that I'm trying to make is that of those countries, Korea is the one that solely operates under a communist regime.
North Korea,
that's right. China's gone through a social revolution.
They have.
So therefore, even though they're still technically communist, they don't operate their economy that of a communist country. Whereas North Korea,
communist.
That's absolutely correct. So when you look at all these countries, North Korea is absolutely the only standing communist country left in this world. It's the darkest spot on the entire planet from a Google satellites perspective. They have 1 or 2 media channels, TV stations. Everything is dictated through the government as far as what is democratized to its citizens. Over 90% of the population is below the poverty line. So not to get it twisted, it's not the people, but the leadership. That is a fact. Because if the leadership changes, the people are just the people, similar to the South. So again, this is a huge topic. There's a lot that people, I personally wish would learn about, and YouTube is a good place for it too, by the way. And that's why I enjoy this platform. You get to learn so many different things. But that's just a microcosm, Tim, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's sorry, just going to say there's lots of interest. There's lots of really good documentaries around about North Korea because they sort of started opening up as a tourist destination, didn't they? But you're very closely guarded on what you can do and what you can take pictures of and things like that. And they try to put on a bit of a show for the tourists. And it's just really interesting seeing it and the sort of things that happen there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you see, what we know about North Korea is basically driven by the government there. It's what they want you to see. Let's just be clear about that. Where you pick up the real information is through the people who have left.
Absolutely.
defected from North Korea, which is not a lot here in the U.S. We spoke about this already, but there's YouTube videos.
As you can tell from the pole vaultist that I covered Wednesday, he pole vaulted to South because he didn't. That was a great story. I knew that one.
That was amazing, dude.
Wasn't it?
Probably the reason why you got all the votes, or majority of the votes.
Right? I think so. That was a great story.
Homeboy pole vaulted from North Korea over the freaking wall, the DMZ line. Well, it's not a wall; it's a fence line.
And he got into the DMZ
pole vaulted over.
And the government was like had him demonstrate over and over how he did it because they couldn't figure out why he was able to do this.
Did they put a ban on pole vaulting? And
they probably will.
Right after
like, God damn it, no more gymnasts.
The DMZ is not just.
Are there any pictures of that guy after he landed, like giving the double finger to like all the guys on the other side of the fence?
That would be pretty great. That would be pretty great.
That would be awesome.
That would be pretty funny.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say I've just got to go. I've just got to go. But it's been good chatting.
All right, thanks, Laura.
Right.
Have fun.
All right then, take care. Bye.
Bye, Laura.
The Korean DMZ, the demilitarization zone, is not just a wall separating. There's multiple fences.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
And then the minefields on either side.
Yeah.
So
yep.
Using a pole vault to escape, I call BS on that.
But he got to the other side, and all he had was a pole vault. So what do you think happened?
Well, he probably used it to get over the fence line, but then ultimately had to crawl or whatever to avoid the landmines. And basically, he got lucky. I mean, let's put it that way. If it's a true story.
But he got out of North Korea and into the demilitarized zone with the help of a pole vault. I mean, come on, that's some shit.
Wait a minute, how tall is that fence line though? That fence line must be tall,
right? They need to do it. They need to do a Lifetime movie on this guy's life to see what led to him attempting such a thing.
Kenny, it's fair though. You gotta check on the credibility of the story, though. It is fair.
Yeah, it does not seem having been in the DMZ.
Hold on.
I just don't see that being a valid story.
No, neither can I.
I actually
wait. I don't want to, cut hairs or anything, but Kenny, if that really wasn't a true story, you lose by default. Sorry.
No, it's a story. I freaking have it right here. A gymnast from North Korea. He said about full walking over a 12-foot fence into South Korea. So it was only a 12-foot fence. He was managed to overcome one of the world's most heavily guarded border and mounds of barbed wire, making it to the other side without even triggering any sensors. A manhunt by the South Korean military forced the unnamed man to surrender himself. So the military knows that he was fucking there. So the military ended up catching him. So he didn't make it through the demilitarized zone unseen. He jumped the border being unseen.
Yeah.
So it's a little different.
Hey, Kenny, can we answer real quick? I'm sorry for the interruption. Something about Vietnam. Yeah, yes. So Vietnam is technically communist ever since the Vietnam War. So I believe it was 1975, North Vietnam, which was communist regime, versus South Vietnam, which was backed by the U.S. during the Vietnam War. And ever since that conclusion, and I think in 1975, the North and South merged and became one unified state, communist. However, with that said, its economy is similar to that of China.
Yeah, it's more of a social.
Free.
Has that actually
Isn't
happened?
Laos still a communist country?
I believe so.
Okay, what about Cambodia?
That's all included: Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, that entire region, from what I understand. I'll have to Google it, but I know Vietnam in 1975, North and South became a communist state. But again, the economical.
So he was spotted on thermal cameras loitering a mile south of the demilitarized zone. So they caught him. He just didn't set off any sensors for some reason.
Oh, so he did get caught.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he got caught.
Oh, okay.
That's how we know.
I thought he got
about the
free.
story.
Yeah.
Oh no, he got caught in the. I mean, they caught him, but he just didn't. Any of the sensors they have along it, he didn't trigger any of them. And they're actually doing an investigation into what's going on with their sensors. And he was arrested. And they verified. By
the South Koreans.
Yeah, they verified his method of getting through it. So it's been verified, at least according to South Korea. I don't see why they would fucking lie. So it's possible. Just because something doesn't sound plausible doesn't mean the shit didn't happen.
Especially when it comes to North Korea, right?
I mean, when you think about what's going on there, the shit you're going to do to get away. Apparently, there's another guy. In 2017, a former North Korean soldier made international headlines when he dodged bullets to cross the only part of the border which is not fortified with minefields and barbed wire. Oh Chong Song was filmed as he jumped into a Jeep and was chased before being shot 5 times as he crossed the border into South Korea.
Oh, damn.
So people go through some shit to fucking get away from North Korea.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
By the way, who asked about Laos and Cambodia?
I did.
Yes,
Yeah, I did.
the answer is communist states. Cambodia since 1985, but again, social economics.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
So they're running along the same lines like China, and
that's right. Absolutely.
Trying to get more capitalistic.
That's right. So
stay
Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam correlates directly to China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thanks for asking.
Well, yeah. When you say North Korea, I was thinking that. No, wait a minute. There's others. That's good.
Yeah, I just didn't mention Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, but I did mention China, Cuba.
Yeah.
But North Korea, my point was North Korea being the only communist regime that executes a dictatorship.
Well, yeah, the dictatorship. Well, the other countries are pretty well dictatorships, just like China is too. You know, they have their chairman and all, but you know, their word is law.
But you do get internet, you do get media, TV. Whereas, and you know, compare it to North Korea, that's like 2 channels controlled by the dictatorship. You can fly in and out of China relatively easily,
right?
Versus North Korea, you know, things like that, right? So true dictatorship versus China's more free and social at this point because of its
right. They actually recognize there is more world to just them.
That's right. That's my point. Exactly.
Okay.
Thanks, Gary.
You betcha. Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. I learned something new too. I forgot about Cambodia and Laos.
Yeah, Cambodia. Yeah. Well, man, Cambodia, man, you get caned there for sure. They'll cane the shit out of you.
Yeah, because it's easy to remember because of the Vietnam War, right? But oftentimes you forget about Cambodia and Laos.
True. Very true. Well, all right, guys, this has been a lot of fun, but I'm going to call this one. We've been going 5 hours now. I think that's good enough. I want to give everyone a last minute to say something. Tim, anything last minute, sir?
You know, Kenny, thank you very much. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving yesterday. And, you know, I hope everyone, you know, on your panel and the chat and just on your followers, you know, they had a great, you know, Thanksgiving too. You know, we all need something to look forward to. You know, we need hope. And sometimes that comes with Thanksgiving. Okay? So I appreciate that. Thank you, Kenny.
Okay, great. Josiah? Josiah? Last minute?
I would just like to thank you for a wonderful panel. I would like to thank everyone on the panel. Oh, wait a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can.
Yeah.
We hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Okay. I just want to thank everybody on the panel with great topics, great discussion. Okay. Can you hear me now? Or am I just babbling?
Yes, we can hear you.
We hear
You're fine.
you.
Keep going. Keep going. You're doing good.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Thanks to everybody on the panel. And I want to make just to hear a statement. The only possibility is a possibility of that which is possible. Did you hear that?
Yes.
No.
I think there's a delay.
No.
Yeah.
Bye.
Something's going on.
Thanks, Josiah.
All right, Asian. Anything last minute?
Just thank you to everyone hanging out with us, everyone on the panel, you, Kenny. Always love the conversation and learning something new, and always remember the pen is mightier than the sword.
Absolutely. Gary.
Yeah, I just want to tell Tim that I'll be getting that paperwork fixed up, and so that, you know, when you do put on your next show, everybody will be getting their fair share, and you'll get your 5%.
Oh. All right.
5% of what though?
All right, War Eagle Man.
Kenny, thanks for having me, and thanks to everybody else. Everybody have a good night.
You too. Hank.
Thanks for having me up. Glad I was able to catch you live. Been watching your content for a little bit now.
Okay.
Love what you're doing. Keep it up, man.
Thank you. Appreciate having you aboard. And make sure you catch more lives because they're fun.
Go away.
Yes.
Thank you,
All right.
Hank.
Carl, you got anything last minute to say?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the dog. Yes, I do. And Kenny, as always, it's been an honor. And Tim, same for you. Same for everybody, actually. Tim, as usual, you're a real card. And I loved him, but nothing.
Honestly, Kyle, I'm not sure what the last part of what you said was. The first part sounded great, and I appreciate that. Is it possible for you to repeat?
Of course it is. You have been a real card, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
All right.
you.
All right. So I want to
you.
thank everyone that was on the panel. Thank you ever very much. It's been a lot of fun. I miss doing these, just having nothing to talk about. You know, these are always fun. I've been doing a lot of the structured ones lately, so this was a nice relief. A lot of fun, and we'll continue to do these. Thank you for everyone in the chat. May, Pat, Hornet, Jessica, Jarhead, Texas, Power Wagon, everyone who's in, thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun. I will have another video probably tomorrow, so make sure you check that out, and I'll see you again on another video, guys. Peace.
Yeah.